Hey guys, it is Nick here with another Walking Dead What If topic. And guess what, guys? This is a big surprise for me just as much as it is for you guys. This is finally the remake to What If Rick Spared Shane, which was originally called What If Rick Didn't Kill Shane, my most popular series to date on the channel. Now, I'd originally wanted to do What If Kid Goku Went Super Saiyan, but a few people had been recommending me this, and I kind of wanted to do it myself, so here we are. Now, for those of you who don't know, maybe the 2% of you that haven't watched it, my What If Rick Spared Shane, or What If Rick Didn't Kill Shane, was basically the introduction to my YouTube channel, and it really spiked up over the months and everything else. So, here we are again, except this time with the remake, I am going to do what I really didn't do with the other story, which is paying attention to detail, because there was a lot of stuff that I missed out on, there was a lot of stuff that I didn't include, and just a lot of stuff that I could have done better, which is why this remake is here. And trust me, guys, you will not be disappointed. So let's set the scene. We start up in the field where Shane is getting ready to kill Rick after staging everything with Randall. Kinda how I started my first ever introduction to my channel and the series, but hey. Now, like before, in the first series, Rick, instead of stabbing Shane, disarms him with his weapon and gets him in a chokehold. And Rick looks him dead in the eyes and says that he has one of two choices. One, he leaves, never comes back, and gets to live on, hopefully, or Rick kills him right here, right now, because he's going to tell the group what just happened and that he tried to kill him, and there is no way that any of them, including Lori and Carl, will let Shane back in the group. So he can either take his chances out there or die right now. Shane, after hearing this, doesn't know what to think. He doesn't know whether to be proud of Rick for standing up, or angry and furious for giving him an ultimatum, and ultimately stepping up and yet not. He's doing the exact same thing with Randall, just letting him go. This is not what he was expecting. Sure, Rick stood up enough to catch him off guard and get him in a hold and everything and keep him from doing anything, but on the other hand, like I said, he's doing the exact same thing that he did with Randall, which is just letting him go. But Rick is dead set. Unlike with Randall, he's dead serious, more serious than he was with Randall. And he tells him, Shane, straight out, that if Lori and Carl aren't going to want him back, nobody is. And that he had his chances, and he blew it one too many times. This, right here, trying to kill him, has crossed the line. So, he asked, what's it going to be? And since Shane doesn't really have an alternate option, he just says nothing, breaks out of Rick's hold, and runs away, taking the option about living rather than dying. And Rick doesn't retaliate by shooting him and going back on his word or anything like that, because Rick still has his morals and everything else. He's still humane and still cares about Shane. He just doesn't want to worry about him killing him or anything. Sure, letting him go is still a threat, but he knows that if he were to come back, he can take care of him. He's made his point. Now, Carl, seeing Shane run off, because this was a longer stand than Rick being there and fighting Shane and everything, asks in a frantic worry why Shane is just running off. Rick tells him in comfort not to alert him that Shane has just gone to a place where they can all meet up together and that they'll see him soon. But whenever they all get to the clearing where they all did in the original story, because of the whole horde coming to the farm thing, Shane is nowhere to be seen, along with Andrea, because she's still gone, and everybody else that died at the farm still die, so nothing changes there. But whenever Shane is nowhere to be seen, Carl and the rest of the people question this, and Rick, feeling much better about himself, in a way, tells the group that Shane tried to kill him and staged the whole Randall thing. But instead of killing Shane, he gave him a choice. He could either A, continue to live out his days and actually get to live, or he dies, and Shane just ran off. And Rick says that he thinks that he's made his point. Shane had his chance. And as for Lori and Carl, they are definitely not upset with him about this. Sure, they might be a little bit, because Rick kind of made a stand and forced him away, but he did try to kill Rick. So Rick has justification here. So the whole Rick-tatorship thing and the whole this isn't democracy thing wouldn't really play into true regard here because of Rick not killing Shane. So Rick is a much more soft person, so to speak. Now, Rick and everybody else still go through the winter, and the whole thing at the introduction to the prison plays out as you would expect. Now, let's cut to Shane. Shane himself has survived through the winter and has made do with whatever he can find. And honestly, he doesn't know what to think. He's been pushed away from Rick and everybody else in the group. He has basically nothing. Sure, that's what he wanted before, but he didn't really expect to be pushed out by Rick or anybody. But before he can process this any further, he sees two figures hiding in the bushes. One of which is a weird lady with a sword and long hair, and another, Andrea. He knew that face looked familiar, and after seeing the both of them, Michonne's on guard, but Andrea tells her to back off. She knows Shane and is happy to see him, and asks about the others, and Shane, not wanting to, blow his cover or anything, or make himself seem out of place or suspicious, says that he got split up from the group because of the horde that came to the farm, and that he's just living on his own, like he said he would at the farm, basically. Now, Michonne, she doesn't really know what to think of this, because you know how suspicious she was of the governor, and I'm sure with Shane, she would be on equal, if not a little bit under, as guard as she was against the governor, especially whenever Shane takes control of the whole small group and controls the both of them and leads them. Michonne doesn't really like being bossed around, but seeing as Shane has some form of high demand and seems to know what he's doing, she goes along with it for now, especially since the fact that Andrea knows him. Soon enough, they come along the crashed helicopter, and the governor and all of his men checking it out. And that plays out as you would expect. The only difference there being is that Shane is there. But whenever Merle comes and surprises them, even with Shane, Merle still has the edge, because even if Shane were to do something, Merle not can only hold them at gunpoint and has the knife hand, but the governor and his men are around, so they have equal backup. So, honestly, there's no way that even Shane being here would stop Merle and all the governor's men from doing something to hold them. So, Shane, Andrea, and Michonne are all taken to Woodbury. Now, with Shane in tow and him not getting killed, how will this, in this particular story, since it's a remake, affect the story this time? And how deep you think the story will go? And Will there be major differences, unlike before? Hey guys, Nick here. And now that we've gotten to the remake of this particular story, and Shane has been ultimately kicked from the group, how will this go into the rest of The Walking Dead, especially Rick's character, since he did not kill Shane personally? This is part 2 to the remake of What If Rick Spared Shane. Now, in the last video, after Shane was kicked from the group by Rick, in an ultimatum to either leave or die, he met up with Andrea and Michonne, who had survived on their own during the winter, and ultimately stumbling upon the crashed helicopter and getting apprehended by Merle and some of the governor's men. Now, Shane, along with Michonne, can relate that something about the governor in Woodbury just doesn't add up. It just does not seem like the sanctuary and safe place that everyone makes it out to be, including the governor, who seems equally suspicious. Andrea, on the other hand, albeit Shane trying to push her to the side of him and Michonne, doesn't believe that the governor is all bad, because we all know how Andrea and the governor got along, if you know what I mean. The governor welcomes them to Woodbury, especially Shane, and says that their weapons are on hold, but they can leave at any time they like. Shane looks over to the likes of Michonne, who nods in reciprocation, knowing that the two of them are definitely agreeing that something's up. There's always an excuse why they can't leave. And you know how the whole deal with the governor was, even before he turned evil. So, ultimately, most of the events to the introduction of Woodbury go the same. Now, Shane has been thinking about something. He really misses Rick. While, yes, it's true that he did cause a lot of tension between him and Rick because of Lori and Carl and everything, he still misses him, and Rick stepped up, and Shane's really proud of Rick for that. And even though if he were to return, Rick said that he'd kill him or something, Rick must equally be missing him, and that must have been hard for him to even push Shane away. And that if he were somehow, someway allowed back, he'd have to get along with the fact that he can't be with Lori. He has to get over that, and Shane's finally acknowledging this. Because he's been thinking about it ever since he was first kicked, and it's been months because of the whole winter deal. Now, as for Rick, Lori, and Carl, they've all been talking it over themselves at the prison. Rick actually being a more straightforward person because he didn't kill Shane, and Carl especially wanting Shane back. Now, Rick, even though Lori's not the fondest of the idea, she still misses him too. And as for Rick, he himself acknowledges that he wants to give Shane another chance, and he just doesn't feel in his heart that letting him go is the best decision, and that he's going to go look for him and give him one more chance. If he truly messes up this time, he'll kill him himself. Daryl, understanding how much Shane meant to Rick, and that he just really wants to give him a second chance, he gave Daryl a second chance and everything, so he definitely acknowledges this, and says that he'll lead the group until Rick gets back. So, Herschel still does get bit here, but I feel that even with this, he would still be saved. Because after all, Rick didn't truly, besides amputating the leg, do anything major to save Herschel's life. It was everybody else, really. So, with that said, Daryl and T-Dog, ironically, are the two ones who take true leadership of the group. Besides Glenn, of course, but he's not really, leadership material as of right now. Now, we still get the whole prisoner deal and Tomas and everything else, but this time, there's no Rick. And Tomas, of course, is like, oh, this is my prison and we were here first, and just being himself, really. And ask them what they're doing here, and basically going off as he did before, except this time there's no Rick. So things heat up pretty quickly. And once Tomas hears that the leader of the group is away for a minute, he feels a sense of leadership, like he can actually take control of this band of merry men. Because if there's no leader and there is a leader, that means that Tomas can actually take charge here of the situation and actually get the prison back for his own. But Daryl, he doesn't take too kindly to this and says that if he values his life, if any of them value their lives, they'll wait until Rick returns. Rick's his name. And that they're going to have to be patient and deal with the fact that this ain't their prison. They might have been here first, but they were in a frigging food cabinet. T-Dog, backing Daryl up, ironically because he's Merle's brother, holds out a gun as to say, you need to stand down. And even without Rick, they're still going to take charge here. They're not going to let some people just take back what they've gotten. Tomas, of course, doesn't take this too kindly that he's being fought against by this band of people who supposedly are leaderless, and the leader's what? Off picking strawberries or something? And Tomas is just ready to kill anybody at any given point, and he makes his point known by pointing a gun at both of them ready to fire. But Daryl doesn't allow him the chance to do so, and just fires his crossbow right at Tomas's head, instantly killing him. And this is a bit earlier in the episode, but it doesn't matter too much considering Tomas's character. As for Andrew, he of course tries to do anything, tries to attack, but T-Dog being there just boom, caps him right in the head. And this is a big difference for the change of the prisoners, which I've never really given the prisoners enough time to shine. But as for Tomas and Andrew, I didn't see too much hope for them. But Big Tiny is still alive here, along with Oscar and Axel. And they'll come into play a lot more in this story. Now, speaking of characters to matter, Lori. You might think that with Rick gone, it will be a lot different with Lori's character and how she survives or dies. But here's the big thing. She had only died because she wasn't around Herschel and the whole siren thing at the prison. But since Andrew and Tomas are instantly dead, that means that whenever she does have Judith, Herschel and Maggie and Carol are all there around her. So this not only means that Judith lives, but Lori lives in this story as well. Now, this is not going to be a rehash of what if Lori survived. Kind of, yet not really. This isn't about Lori, it's about Shane and how he affects the group. Lori is still going to survive here and play a good part, but she's not going to play as big a part as she did in my What If Lori Survived because she's not the center focus. But she does get to live in the story, albeit a different person. A more likable person like my What If Lori Survived. Now, back at Woodbury, Andrea and the governor have got to know each other a little more, as you would expect. And let's cut to Shane real quick, since he's the center focus. Now, some of you are probably asking why I did not stick him with his Season 3 look. It's because knowing Shane's character and how he would be, especially around this time, I just feel it in the best of interest. Right now, that doesn't mean for the whole story. Right now, stick him still with his season 2 look. That does not mean that he's going to look like that the entire series. No. But he is going to look like this for the time being. And even if he got some kind of season 3 look during the winter when he was alone, I feel that when he would get to Woodbury, he would have his season 2 look back. I just have a feeling. Now, Shane has come to talk to Andrea, along with Michonne in tow, saying that the governor and his people and the Woodbury community are not what they seem, and that Shane and Michonne are getting ready to leave, and they want to know if Andrea is going to come along. Now, will Shane's influence mean that Andrea leaves Woodbury, or will it not matter at all? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we're going to be seeing if Rick actually giving Shane a second chance and going to find him will matter as to where Shane is at right now, and if the two will ever cross paths again, and if it will actually be a nice meeting. This is part 3 to What If Rick Spared Shane, the remake. Now, hope you guys have been enjoying this remake so far, because I certainly have. Now, last time, we left the prison in the hands of Daryl, Glenn, and T-Dog, while Rick went off to go and find Shane to give him one more chance. And if he screwed up like before, tried to kill him, he'd just kill him like he said he would. Meanwhile, at Woodbury, Shane and Michonne, having enough of suspicion from the governor's side and knowing Woodbury to not be the place that everyone says it is, try to convince Andrea to go with them, with Shane being an extra influence to try and sway Andrea in the favor of leaving. But not only does Andrea refuse this and says this place is good for something and doesn't want to be out there again, she's beginning to pick up the pieces as to why Shane was really gone from the group. She confronts him outright and says that he tried to kill Rick, or at least she thinks he did. And the ball's dropped now. Michonne, seeing Shane's not trying to defend himself after hearing this, begins to understand why she had doubts about Shane. It all makes sense now. He wasn't just lost from the group, he was kicked from it. And this actually disappoints Michonne, because after getting used to Shane and everything else, she really thought that they were, good for each other. Not truly in a romantic sense, but at least they understood each other. Let's just leave it at that. And Shane, like I said, he doesn't really have an argument here like he usually does, because she got it right on the handle. And he decides now's as good a time as any. He's got to come clean, and says yes, he did try to kill Rick. He staged the whole events with Randall and tried to kill Rick out in the field before the horde came to the farm. And the gunshots are what must have drove it, and that it's kind of his fault. But he's felt sorry for that ever since he was out on his own during the winter and everything else. And he wants to make it up to Rick to prove himself that he's good for the group and that he just really misses Rick. He stood up to him, and that's all he ever really wanted, was to see if Rick was truly worthy of being a leader, and that he wants to see if Rick will give him another chance, and Rick's probably feeling the same exact way. Andrea, do you think that she actually gets swayed by this? Well, as a matter of fact, yes! She does get swayed by this and actually sees honesty and truth behind Shane besides his past demeanor, even though she didn't care for that and actually enjoyed it. Plus, they got into a little romantic sesh, so they kind of understand each other. So, they confront the governor, who, albeit with some reluctance, lets them go, because after all, even though the governor and Andrea hadn't slept together yet, they had gotten used to each other per se. But this particular escape of all three of them was easy. Too easy. As we see, whenever Merle is sent out with Tim, Crowley, and Gargiulio to retrieve them. Because, of course they would. But, whenever Merle, Tim, Crowley, and Gargiulio are out there, there's no bitergram, as the group spoke of, from Michonne. So, they're around aimlessly searching and trailing Shane, Andrea, and Michonne. But who they encounter is not who anyone expected. Rick, who in no hesitation after seeing Merle and the others, kills Tim, Crowley, and Gargiulio on the spot, and beats Merle almost to within an inch of his life, because he's convinced that Merle might have something to do with the possible disappearance of Andrea and Shane, because he knew that they were a little bit into it. I don't think Rick knew that much, but he's just not in a reasonable kind of mood whenever seeing Merle, and tells him outright to say where Shane and Andrea are, because he knows they're out here, and he's looking for them. But all of a sudden, before Merle can even utter a response, Rick hears a voice that sounds all too familiar, coming from behind him. Rick looks up, and he cannot believe who he is seeing. Albeit looking for them, he has found the people and person that he was searching for. Shane walks up and confronts Rick, but there's no hostile intent. He doesn't raise a gun. He doesn't try to attack Rick. He just says his name and stares at him, almost emotionally. After a few minutes of this tense silence, Shane breaks it and says that he knew that Rick was going to come out and look for him, and that he was going out to look for him exactly the same, and he wants a second chance, and he says that despite everything, he missed him. And after that, Andrea and Michonne walk out, with Rick being happy to see Andrea, but not knowing who the crap Michonne is. But that doesn't truly matter, because after talking to Shane, the two finally solve their differences. Rick's not going to kill him, not going to send him away again. Shane is getting a second chance to prove himself. Now, the whole thing about getting formula for Judith happens much differently. There's no Glenn and Maggie to get it, because Rick and it was already out there, so figured he'd get it. Now, Merle is in tow with the group as a prisoner, and the formula is retrieved by Michonne, Andrea, Rick, and Shane, with, like I said, Merle being a prisoner. Now, back at the prison, Daryl's leading the group in tow of Glenn and T-Dog, but then, whenever everybody's outside and figuring out things, trying to clear any zombie paths or walker paths, whatever you want to call it, Daryl cannot believe the people that he sees approaching the prison. First, he sees his brother Merle, who he did not expect to see, for one thing, alive, because he truly thought he was dead after all this time, and coming to the prison specifically, but then he sees that his brother's a prisoner. But he doesn't have time to dwell on that quite yet, because then he sees Andrea along with a weird black-haired lady with a sword, and then Rick and Shane, and smiles that the plan worked out and Merle is here. Even if he's a prisoner, he has his brother with him. Now, how will Shane getting a second chance help the group? And will Merle being held captive hold a better chance for stopping the governor from doing anything rash? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be seeing if Shane's return and second chance to the group will mean that the group will have greater attributes, or if it will mean the fall of our group in this timeline. This is part 4 to What If Rick Spared Shane, the remake. Now, in the last episode, we see Rick and Shane meeting again face to face, and Merle being held captive as prisoner after Rick killed Tim, Crowley, and Gargiulio, and tried to interrogate him as to where Shane and Andrea were, only to have Shane, Andrea, and Michonne all come up out of nowhere, and seeing that Merle was actually tailing them. Now, Merle being here and possibly part of the group, not just quite yet, doesn't really entertain some people, so to speak, like T-Dog, who had past history with Merle, if you guys are not already aware. Now, Carl, for one, is actually quite happy yet apprehensive when it comes to seeing Shane again, especially after hearing that he tried to kill Rick and just ran off supposedly whenever he saw him. But he is still happy because he was asking for him. Lori, on the other hand, is kind of happy yet much more apprehensive than the likes of Carl. First thing, after Shane surveys the group and what they've been through since, they left the farm and everything, walks up to Lori first and just stares for a second, sort of like he did with Rick whenever they met again in the last episode. Now, Rick is watching the scene very closely, as you would expect. But Shane doesn't grab Lori. He doesn't hold her hostage or do anything malicious. He smiles. And then he speaks, saying that he's sorry. And this shocks everyone in the group. He says that he's sorry for putting everybody in the position where he was basically trying to be the leader of the group and basically stealing her from Rick and what they had. And it's just that whenever they got together and he really thought that Rick was dead, he just felt something with Lori, and whenever Rick came back, he just couldn't let that go. And that's what stopped the true friendship of the group, especially with him, from happening. But he said ever since he left that night, after doing all that, he's had second thoughts about what he did. All this turned him into a monster. And honestly, he didn't really like it. Despite knowing how to survive in this, it turned him into just a complete monster. And that if her and Rick want to be together, he will no longer interfere or do anything malicious to any kind again. Now, Lori, you would think that she would just forgive him on the spot, but she doesn't know whether to cry, to smile, or to just shove him away. She's feeling a mix of emotions right now, because she never thought that Shane would one return and apologize. She didn't think him to be like that. Sure, he did before, but those were small apologies at best. Then she finally speaks and says that she's the one who truly needs to be sorry. She put him and Rick at odds, and that's what truly drove that brotherly love away, was because of her. If she hadn't done what she did and put herself in the position to put Shane and Rick at odds, then none of this would have ever happened. They would have just been the best of friends and everything would be good. But she forgives him, at least for now, but she needs time. And Shane respects this. But then he looks over to Carl and then sees who he's holding and asks, "Is that his daughter?" And the group slowly nods because, I feel like they would have kinda known by now that Shane and Lori, that was kinda Shane's daughter. I mean, it is, but, Carl looks up also to Shane and nods, saying that, yeah, and her name is Judith. And with all of that business out of the way, we then have to talk about Merle, because the group doesn't necessarily know what to do with him. Daryl says they're not kicking him away again, or else he leaves too. And they're not going to kill him because Daryl honestly doesn't think he deserves that and is his brother. But Merle does bring good information to the table and says all he knows about the governor, and says that Shane and Michonne were kind of right to leave because the governor might seem nice, but he isn't exactly the best kept secret keeper in the world, because he has plenty of secrets that he hasn't shared with most, but Merle knows. Even though he did save him and get his arm back, kinda, he's still hiding something and could pose a threat to the group. Now, the main leaders of this group, that of which being Rick, Shane, and Michonne, with Lori possibly being the next one, and Daryl being the next one, come up with a good plan to make sure that the governor won't attack them or come looking for Merle or anything like that, because they're going to know that Merle's gone, and with the deaths of Tim Crowley and Gargiulio, that could pose trouble. So, they come up with a plan. They will go to Woodbury and plan an attack, but not just any attack. Michonne, Daryl, and Merle will go attack any of the governor's main henchmen, the ones that will be the main threat. And Rick and Shane will go after the governor, personally. Glenn is left in charge of the group at the prison to make sure that someone with a kind of leadership role is there to make sure that our group is safe. Now, while the group goes away, not too long after, Tyrese, Sasha, and their family arrive at the prison. And they actually stay in the group because even if Rick hadn't left, Lori's alive, so Rick's not going to be all crazy and drive him away. So, Tyrese and his people get to stay with our group. So, there's a plus. We then cut to Woodbury, where things are quiet, so to speak. And some of the group is starting to question there, some of the people, where Merle, Tim, Crowley, and Gargiulio are. The governor, especially, is starting to worry because he's thinking that maybe, just maybe, Shane and Michonne especially, because Andrew seemed way too nice and he liked her, maybe he knew that he sent out Merle and the others, and now they're gonna come back and kill him too and all his people? So, he doesn't know anything for sure yet, but he doesn't have too long to stew on this, because, unbeknownst to him, Merle, being the head honcho, with the likes of Daryl and Michonne, attack and kill the likes of Martinez and a few of the other governor's main men. There weren't too many made known, but there were a good few besides Martinez, at least in Woodbury. Now, as for Milton, I feel that he would be killed here just because Merle, knowing him, he could prove some kind of asset to the governor that would possibly lead to trouble. Now, while all of this is going on and these silent kills are happening, at the governor's main house, the governor in his room with his tanks of heads and all of his other nonsense, and talking and being with his zombified daughter Penny, as you would see him before, she was killed in the original. But while he's doing this, the door is kicked down, and the governor sees a person he's never seen before, that of which being Rick, holding his gun up, and straight behind him is someone he knows all too well, or at least to some degree. Shane walks up from right behind Rick, and the two of them, next to each other, hold their guns and make sure the governor cannot move. Now, the governor, he should have expected this, and says that he expected Shane to have retaliated with Michonne in some formal way, but he didn't expect this, and says outright that he knows that Tim Crowley and Gargiulio are dead, possibly with Merle too. And then Rick and Shane see Penny, the governor's zombified daughter, and then they see the tanks with the heads, and then it all clicks in. They should have known something was up, and Rick definitely agrees with the fact that Shane and Michonne and Andrea left, because this is definitely a good-kept secret, and he's glad that they made that decision. But then they turn their attention to the governor's zombified daughter, and the governor, knowing all too well what the two of them are about to do, tries to plead his case into not killing Penny. Now, will this plea work with Rick and Shane, unlike with Michonne? Or will the governor's pleas fall on deaf ears? Hey guys, it is Nick here, and today we will be seeing if the governor's pleas to save his zombified daughter Penny will either work on Rick and Shane, or if they will fall on deaf ears. This is part 5 to the awesome remake of What If Rick Spared Shane, which I hope you guys are sincerely enjoying so far. Now, in the last episode, we see Rick and Shane finding the governor's main room in his big house with all the heads and everything else that the governor had to offer there. And then they see the zombified daughter of the governor, Penny, in which case they're having mixed opinions on the governor in general. Now, the governor, seeing the both of them in there, and especially near his zombified daughter, and possibly knowing what's about to happen, and the fact that Shane returned, seeming suspicious of the governor in general, and possibly the one who killed Tim Crowley and Gargiulio and Merle, tries to make his case and pleas for his daughter to live. But Rick and Shane, now on much, much better terms with each other, since they finally solved their differences, agree on one thing. The governor is crazy. There's no saving him, really, from doing all this. And with a little nod from Rick, Shane pulls out his favorite pistol and boom, kills the governor's daughter. Now, of course, this upsets the governor, and he goes on a psychotic rage and goes to try and attack Rick and Shane. But, see, with Michonne, that kinda worked. But that did cost him an eye. But now, suffice it to say, with Rick and Shane both together, it's not exactly pretty for the governor. He doesn't lose an eye, but he does get beaten pretty badly. Now, the governor holds his ground for a little against Rick and Shane, being all angry and stuff, but as Michonne said herself, anger makes you stupid, so he gets beaten down pretty quickly. And after that, Rick and Shane throw the governor out onto the streets of Woodbury, where at this point the entire town, save from Martinez and Milton because they're dead, advance onto the streets, seeing the governor on the ground, and the whole group being Rick, Shane, Daryl, Merle, and Michonne there. And basically the next part of the plan, outside of getting the governor's men killed and then the governor himself, they now want him to fess up everything that he's done to the whole town. And the governor, not having much choice, is about to, until he sees Merle alive and not really caring to be in his company anymore. And the governor, seeing as this Merle won, just defied his orders to go after him and let these people live, decides that Merle is the result of his daughter's death, and is about to attack when Daryl just puts out his lights with a crossbow arrow to the head, ending the governor right then and there. Now, after that, Michonne, Daryl, and Merle, because they're the best trackers and silent stalkers of the group, are told to go to the prison to get everyone from there and bring them to Woodbury to be safe, because even though Glenn and T-Dog are there, the two real leader types there, well, bar from maybe Lori and Herschel, they don't want them to be there all by themselves, and they actually have a town now that they can be at. Now, I know it's a here we go again thing with the group being at Woodbury, which has been in several of my Walking Dead stories. But, honestly, it just depends on the situation, and this particular situation sees them living at Woodbury. So I went with it. Now, this is the biggest group I'm about to discuss with you guys from any of my Walking Dead stories. Now, my What If Lori Survived? Probably the second biggest group roster. But this is definitely the first. The whole group now is consisting of Rick, Daryl, Merle, Michonne, Glenn, Carl, T-Dog, Andrea, Maggie, Herschel, Lori, Big Tiny, Axel, Beth, Sasha, Tyrese, Carol, and Oscar. Yeah, we have a big roster this time. Like I said, it is a much bigger roster than What If Lori Survived by a little bit, not too much, but definitely bigger because, one, Shane's involved, and you might be wondering why Shane is not up here because I didn't mention him. It's because when I made this, I kind of forgot to put him on the list, but he is still part of the group, so that is my bad. Sorry about that. And the likes of Lizzie, Mika, Bob, Karen, and David do appear, but it's a bit later down the line of the group being in Woodbury that they actually become relevant. So they are going to be relevant for the story, some more than others, but just not right now. Now, during this peacetime and everyone being in Woodbury together, a lot of relationship stuff happens. For example, Rick and Lori actually get their relationship figured out because I feel that that whole deal would still happen by the time they got to the prison, but it wouldn't be near as bad because Rick never killed Shane, so it would be much easier. And then here's a little nice something that I decided to add. Since Shane and Michonne had been perceptive of the governor together, and actually saw some similarities between each other, some of which I bet you guys can pick up, they actually get into a relationship as well. And this will spark a lifelong relationship for the good majority of this story. It kind of rhymed. Anyway, aside from that nice little twist, Daryl and Beth, like a lot of my Walking Dead stories, get into their own relationship. Because I think that if Beth and Daryl had been given the opportunity, they definitely would have been in a relationship. It just feels like it would have happened. There were a bunch of hints to that. Speaking of twists, we all know how Carol and Axel kinda bonded before Axel was fatally shot by the governor. It was kind of a small relationship deal. But during this time, Axel, one of the prisoners, actually gets to get together with Carol. And speaking of prisoners, Oscar and Big Tiny are still alive. So that's nice, giving the prisoners a little heads up. Bob and Sasha also get into their own relationship because I feel that with them being together here and not sick, it would have progressed much earlier than in the original story. Tyrese and Karen also have their old relationship because there's nothing really that I see changing that, especially now. Now, after this whole peacetime and everything going swimmingly, eventually, 3 people arrive at the gates of Woodbury. Abraham, Rosita, and Eugene, saying that Eugene is just the person that they need to end the virus once and for all, and that he knows the cure, and asks everyone there to come along with them. Now, with this much, much bigger group, how will the journey to Washington and going forward pan out? Hey guys, it is Nick here, and today we will be seeing if Abraham, Rosita, and Eugene coming to Woodbury and asking the group to go with them to Washington will turn good, or with this bigger group, it will mean more casualties later down the line. This is part 6 to this awesome remake of What If Rick Spared Shane. Now the group in this story, going to Washington along with Abraham, Rosita, and Eugene, I will relay once more in this video. The group consists of Rick, Daryl, Merle, Michonne, Glenn, Carl, T-Dog, Andrea, Maggie, Beth, Herschel, Lori, Big Tiny, Axel, Sasha, Tyrese, Carol, and Oscar. Now, unlike before where I forgot to put Shane on this particular list, here he is now. So, you guys know that Shane is still part of the group because he is, after all, the centerpiece of this story, and yeah, so far, him being alive and spared by Rick has meant a lot more than his previous counterpart in my first version of the story. Now, like I said before, the likes of Lizzie, Mika, Bob, Karen, and David all become relevant later down the line of the group being in Woodbury. It just takes a little bit of time for them to become relevant. And soon enough, the group goes on their way to Washington. But on the way, Daryl feels that something's off. Like someone or some people are watching them and hot on their trail. And his suspicions truly come to focus whenever a few arrows begin to fly seemingly out of nowhere from the trees, and 2 of which kill the likes of Karen and David. Now everyone knows that they're not only being followed, but they're being tracked, ready for other people to kill. And one of those particular faces makes himself known in the form of Len. It's the Claimers who are after them, because this would be around the time of the story where we would see the Claimers face to face. And more arrows shoot out, especially from Len, the next of which being the victim, Lizzie. Now, this actually seems like an actually good death for Lizzie to me, besides What If Carol let Lizzie go? Because it's not just the group getting rid of Lizzie like Carol did in the original, it's actually her going out in a fight sort of way, if you know what I mean. Soon enough, the entire group of the Claimers jump out of the bushes and trees and make themselves actually known and continue to fire arrows at anyone that they possibly can, showing that even though they're outnumbered, they still mean business. Now, Daryl, knowing that he is a great silent killer and knowing that his tracking and unique skills can help in this fight, tells the entire group to fall back and that he'll take them on alone. Now, you might think on one hand that this is completely foolish of Daryl to take them all on himself, but he was kind of getting ready to whenever he met them in the original, so why not? And he kills the likes of Lou, Tony, and with a few more shots, gets the likes of Dan. But that's all he's going to get, because after getting those lucky kills, Len takes his opening and fires arrows himself. It's an arrow fight back and forth between Daryl and Len, because that's honestly something we want to see. Daryl and Len fight it out for real. But unfortunately for Daryl, having pretty much exerted himself trying to kill the first three, gets shot in the leg and is forced to take cover. And this is a arrow through the leg. And not to say that Daryl hasn't had arrows impaled in him before, but still hurts. And he's critically injured right now. Beth, seeing that Daryl has been hit and is now taking cover, possibly going to die, tries to go and run to save him, because remember, they're together in this timeline as before in other timelines that I've had stories with them together. But Merle, seeing as everyone's fallen back and Daryl cares for Beth a lot, feels like if she goes out there, she's just going to be prime meat for the claimers. And who knows what they're going to do to her. So he says for her to stay back, because the last thing that he knows that Daryl wants is Beth dead. So he says he'll take care of it and help Daryl. And that he does. Merle takes his opening shots literally and kills the likes of Lou and the rest of the claimers. Well, Len and the rest of the claimers. I get Lou and Len mixed up, so that's kind of my bad. But anyways, Merle kills the rest of the claimers, so the threat is over, right? No, sadly not. Merle made one fatal mistake. He left Beth out in the open, and he turns around to see the poor, sorry aftermath of this stupid decision. And who is the perpetrator? Joe. The one claimer that they didn't kill. The leader of the claimers at that. And it resulted in Beth's untimely demise. Because this throat slit, of course, kills Beth. Much earlier, in fact, than any Beth in any of my stories, and earlier than the original Walking Dead timeline. Now, Daryl, having killed his few claimers that he was fighting, turns around to see that Beth has died, and the last claimer, Joe, there, standing triumphantly over the body. And, of course, the likes of Merle and Daryl are not happy about this whatsoever. And Merle, feeling fully responsible for this, as he should, because it was kind of and literally his fault, delivers a full angry kick straight to Joe's jaw, throwing him up in the air. And Daryl, wanting to take out his frustrations, seeing Joe's body come towards him, grabs his knife, and right when the body of Joe comes near him, he slams it into the ground and knifes him in the head. And this would honestly be an awesome scene to witness. Kind of outlandish, but when we're dealing with The Walking Dead, anything could happen. Merle, after this, is feeling at a loss for words, because he ultimately caused Beth's death, and he doesn't know what to say. He feels that he's just... He doesn't know how to talk to Daryl now and what Daryl will do to him. But Daryl doesn't say that it's okay or that he forgives him, but he also doesn't say that it's his fault. He just says it's not his fault and he just needs some time, but he doesn't blame him. He tried his best to get Beth out of the way. It was just the timing of it all. Rick and Shane, seeing all this go down, see that Merle's character has definitely changed from what they remember about him at the Atlanta camp, and that Daryl just needs time to get everything together and have to deal with the fact that they just lost 4 of their own. But they advance on. Side note, something that I forgot to mention. Morgan is still relevant here, but it is the likes of Rick, Carl, and Lori that all go, rather than the likes of Rick, Carl, and Michonne, because there wasn't really a need to bring Michonne here. Now, with the likes of Morgan, the meeting goes as you would expect, but Morgan being in his clear state of mind, like I mentioned in What If Lori Survived, I feel that even with Lori being alive and Shane being alive and everything else with that, I just don't see Morgan going because of his state of mind. Eventually, the signs of Terminus, because that's still relevant here, become even more relevant, and soon enough, the whole group lands upon the likes of Terminus and Gareth and all of the cannibals, who they do not know yet to be that way. But with Shane being a very perceptive person, as we know, as well as the majority of the group, and Daryl still having to lift a lot of weight off his chest, suffice to say, with this huge group, Gareth and the cannibals don't last that long. As a matter of fact, the whole Terminus place is lit aflame and destroyed within a matter of minutes. There's no train car sequence, none of that nonsense. So that's that whole sequence out of the way. Abraham still makes it known that Washington is a priority and says that this was a small diversion at best, not a big deal, but they still have a mission and advance onwards. But they do still save Father Gabriel, because I still feel that they would do that. Because remember, Rick and most of the group are softer here because of a lot of people not dying. Shane being a particular one, and Lori, and such. And the whole group eventually advances upon Father Gabriel's church. Now, how will Father Gabriel's secret go with the group this time, with Shane being there? And how will the rest of the story unfold afterwards? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be seeing if the situation with Father Gabriel will be dealt with much easier than its canon counterpart, or if Shane being there along with a few others will mean that Father Gabriel might end up dying much earlier on. This is part 7 to the awesome remake, which I'm still gonna address every episode, of What If Rick Spared Shane, which I hope you guys are really enjoying. Now, the opening to Father Gabriel and his church would play out as you would expect, with Father Gabriel leading the group to his church, and everything like that pretty much going as you would expect, until the thing with the food bank happens, because the group is somewhat different going there, yet not really. The first 3 are Rick, Shane, and Michonne, with the others staying behind. Now, as for the food bank itself, and the entrance to that, I feel that that would pretty much go the same, except Shane and Michonne are actually together, and Rick and Michonne still conversate, but it's not as much as their original counterparts. They weren't together right now. I'm just saying that it's different character interactions. Now, I feel that Sasha and Bob would still go, just for story's sake, but with Shane being there and being a good shot with his weapons and just being a very perceptive person, I feel that Bob getting bit would not happen here. And it wouldn't truly matter in the end, even if he somehow, someway were to. Bob, even though maybe to Sasha, was a small character. He doesn't get bit in the story. I'm saying if he did, it wouldn't be the hugest deal. Because remember, cannibals died back at Terminus, all of them. So it's not that big a deal here. Now, the Grady Memorial Hospital sequence doesn't happen, if you guys couldn't already tell. I never really focused on this arc in any of my stories, really, because there's never been a need. And with Beth dying much earlier on than her canon counterpart, there was no one to get kidnapped, there was no one to... anything. It doesn't matter. So, moving on to the whole Washington sequence, which does still happen, we get Eugene, Maggie, Abraham, Glenn, and Rosita, but no Tara. So the whole group, outside of Tara not being there, is the same. Eugene lies about the cure, and it goes as you would expect. After that, besides Noah and his home not being relevant, the story goes the same. And the group walking out near the end of Season 5, or near the middle of Season 5, whatever you want to call it, would be Father Gabriel, Daryl, Carol, Eugene, Michonne, Rick, Glenn, Maggie, Sasha, Rosita, Abraham, and Carl. So, pretty much all the same, except no Noah and no Tara. As for the rest of the group, it would be Shane, Lori, Merle, Herschel, Andrea, T-Dog, Tyrese, Bob, Mika, Big Tiny, Oscar, and Axel. So the 3 prisoners are still alive here. If you guys haven't already watched my previous parts, don't know, yeah, I'm actually giving the prisoners outside of Tomas and Andrew, because there was really no hope for them, a chance to shine. Speaking of Mika and other characters, over this time, I'm actually giving Carol a chance to sort of adopt Mika as her daughter, if you will. Get some kind of relationship, because I never really got into that in the last story. What if Lori survived? Because the center focus was Lori, I didn't think about it. And since Carol and Axel are officially a thing in this story, Axel becomes sort of like an adoptive dad of sorts. So, it's really nice. Now, we get to the whole sequence with the barn, but this time with a much bigger group, even though they're all pretty much starving. They are able to actually fend off the zombies that attack at the barn much more easily, giving them much more good sleep, more attitudes, but they're still hungry, so can't really do anything about that. It's just having a bigger group has its pros and its cons, so yeah. Anyways, after that, Aaron makes his entrance and talks to the group, but it's going to be a lot more friendly here because the group's more friendly, because a lot of people haven't died, and just Shane being alive and other people being alive means a better impact for the group and their attitudes. But that's also a major sin factor if you haven't watched The Walking Dead. Anyways, the entrance to Alexandria plays out as you would expect, but it's much more calm, to say the least. It's much more nice of interactions with Alexandria and its people. Then we get to Deanna, and she interviews everybody, but the interviews are a lot different. There's more people, there's extras, and the people that she already interviewed in the original story have much more better stories than their originals. Like Rick, he hasn't killed Shane, he hasn't lost Lori, Carl and Judith are around, and he's honestly a much better person. Sure, they've all still been through a lot. I'm not going to deny that the group has been through some dramatic experiences, because Beth still died, and Daryl's going to care about that. But they haven't gone through, the group hasn't gone through as much as they did in the original story. Now, for the events for Alexandria, they play out as you would expect, but well, going into the entrance of it, at least. Like Glenn and his whole thing with Aiden, except there's no Tara and Noah, so it's mainly just him, maybe a few others with them. It's a few changes here and there. But then we get to a big thing, which I discussed in my first ever rehash of this story. Well, not rehash, but version of this story. Who would get the police uniforms? And that, of course, Rick and Shane. Because you can't break tradition. Because they were the original cops, it just makes sense. I feel that it's a better thing for them to be the cops in this scenario. But, in this story, since Shane is a cop and he's with Michonne, he feels that with Michonne's prowess and strength and everything, and just the way she presents herself, he feels like she should be involved in the constable role too, because that's what Deanna called it. Constable, cop, whatever you want to call it. But anyways, we now have 3 constables in Alexandria. Rick, Shane, and Michonne. Now, since Rick and Lori are still together, even though I don't like Lori's character, as I've discussed before, I have ways of making her better to the point where you can find her likable. What if Lori survived as proof of that? And she would get sort of a counselor sort of role, like Deanna's counsel, sort of like Maggie. So I'm not going to deprive her of any glory. Now, Deanna is kind of untrusting of some of the group and their backgrounds, but from what she's seen and the way they present themselves now, they don't seem like a threat. So she doesn't have too much to worry about. It's just a small thing whenever she begins to interview them, is when she mainly worries. And speaking of others, Carol is a prime thing right now, especially with Mika and Axel, because since she is the way she is now, whenever she has interactions with Sam, she doesn't threaten him or anything like that, because Carol is a much better person in this story. So Sam's not going to get all whiny and feel unsure about himself, because we all hated that, I'm sure. Now, here's another important thing. Merle. During his peacetime and everything at Alexandria, finally feeling some comfort and knowing that they're safe, at least for now, sort of like they were at Woodbury, he finally tries to reconcile with Daryl after feeling fully guilty about the death of Beth, because he kind of was, if you haven't seen that part yet. But Daryl at this point has gotten over. He's told Merle it's not his fault, and he needs to stop feeling sorry for it. He's made his point. He knows that Merle wasn't responsible, so the brothers are good. And this is Daryl being the nicest he's being to Merle. This is true character development. Now, as for the group of who goes with Glenn, Nicholas, and Aiden, it is much different here, because Eugene still does go, but who are the other 2 people that replace Tara and Noah? Well, I've discussed this in previous stories, but T-Dog is the one to get injured this time. Usually I've had it T-Dog and Tyrese, or Bob and Tyrese, or T-Dog and Bob, but this time I'm having T-Dog be the one that gets injured, and Bob is the one to take Noah's death in the elevator shaft, or the door shaft, whatever you want to call it. Not an elevator shaft. That's my bad. Never really know what to call those. The sliding doors, whatever. Anyways, Bob is the one to take Noah's death there, while T-Dog is the one to get injured. Back at Alexandria, after all's said and done, Glenn, I think in this story, is going to hate Nicholas about the same that he did with Noah, because they weren't really too big on friendships. Whereas Glenn and T-Dog in one story where T-Dog took the death, that's big because T-Dog was a major player at the beginning. But with like people like Bob and Noah, I don't think it's that big a deal. Meanwhile, Gabriel talks to Deanna about his thoughts of the group, but they're dimmed down at least a little because the group hadn't killed the cannibals or anything, but he still has concerns and knows they can't be trusted, just not as big as before. And then we get to a big thing, Pete, and how the group is going to deal with him in this story, especially considering the fact that Shane is around. Now, in my original story, I had Shane be the one to encounter Pete and then kill him. But, spoiler alert, that's not going to happen this time. But what will happen, and will it mean drastic measures taken into the group? And that's where we leave things for the moment. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be talking about the fate of Pete. Now, in all my other Walking Dead stories, and in the original, Pete's involvement didn't really mean much, and his character was pretty much thrown aside, not really much of a big deal. Well, that changes, because in this episode, it will mean a lot. Not so much in this one, but it will be the start of something major. Now, let's start part 8 to this awesome remake of What If Rick Spared Shane. Beginning off with Shane. Now, if you guys didn't know, Shane, Rick, and Michonne are all constables for Alexandria, rather than it just being Rick and Michonne, because it makes sense. When Shane's going on a neighborhood patrol, making sure everything's in order, as a constable would do, Carol confronts him and says that Jesse's being abused by Pete because she found out before, find out now. Now, why is she coming to Shane? Well, it should be obvious. Remember that whole scene with Shane beating the ever-loving tar out of Ed and saving Carol from all that abuse and everything else? Well, I feel that if Shane were truly to change and stay with the group and everything else, that Carol would definitely thank him for that. And this would be the perfect spot in which to show some kind of gratitude? Question mark? But also because she would know that Shane would be the number one person to get a job like this to an abuser done. But Shane's not gonna play by his own rules this time. Remember, Shane's endeared to Rick because he wouldn't have never gotten back into the group were it not for Rick wanting the same thing. So, he also needs the permission now of Rick and Michonne, because Michonne and him are together, and he's, like I said, he's endeared to Rick. Now, here's something that I need to discuss. Even though, since Lori is still around, and Michonne and Shane are a thing, that means that Rick is not going to have a thing for Jesse, nor will Shane. But with the whole Ed thing and now another abuser, I'm sure that Shane's past history of putting Ed in his place would come into play here. So when Shane does discuss it with Rick and Michonne, Rick understands, even though he wasn't there for the whole Ed thing, what Shane did and how it saved Carol from all that. And Michonne, understanding Shane and getting where he's coming from, together, Rick and Michonne say that if something is to come up with Deanna because of Shane's influence of going over there to put Pete in his place, that they will back him up. Shane, without another word and just a smile, goes off to Jesse's home. Now, him coming into the house, talking to her and everything, starts out as you would expect, just a normal conversation. How are you enjoying Alexandria and new job role and everything else? And then he gets into the conversation about Pete and says his own history of being in an Atlanta camp with an abuser of a good friend of the entire group, Carol, and what he did and how it will only get worse from here. Jesse, hearing this is from a different point of view, mind you. This is not Rick trying to hit on Jesse. This is Shane just looking out for Jesse out of the goodness of his heart and wanting to make sure that Pete, is dealt with in some form of fashion. And Jesse's just about to consider, much more so deciding with Shane before Pete unfortunately steps out of the room and starts getting all edgy. And unlike Rick, Shane gives Pete the same beatdown, but much, much harder. This is Shane's savage side taking over like before, just like it did against Ed and the group before. And if Pete were to land at least a punch, that would be the only punch that he would be able to land. Now, unlike my previous outing of this story, he doesn't kill Pete. Now, after beating Pete to a bloody pulp, much more so than Rick did, Deanna steps out, and of course, she's not too happy about this, because after everything, she thought the group was good, but this is just out of turn. They didn't even come to see her first, and then they find out that she knew the whole time. And after that, we get a similar scene to Shane at the barn and everything right now, and a similar recollection of Rick whenever he made a also similar scene in the original outing of The Walking Dead. So, 3 recollections. How interesting is that? And Shane has nobody's seen Shane like this for a long time. But this time, nobody is against him. As a matter of fact, Rick and Michonne are the first 2 to step up after Shane spills it off, with no one knocking out Shane or trying to stop him. And Rick and Michonne are the first 2 to speak out and state their cases that Shane might have done wrong in the past. They all have. But he's not wrong now. And then Carol, Lori, and Andrea, all with similar experiences and past relation with Shane, all converge on his side as well, saying that they were around someone in an old camp who was just like Pete, and it only got worse. But luckily, a zombie stopped them from doing something major to Ed before they could. And after hearing what all these people have to say, Deanna, unlike before, understands where they're coming from. They're bringing up good points and everything else. And she eventually does relent and decides that they're right. But they are not killing Pete. She still won't accept that, because we all know how Deanna was before she lost Reg. And she's still very stubborn and says that they will move him to another house, make sure that he stays there, but they are not killing him. No way. And after hearing this, everything's alright except Shane. He cannot believe what he has just heard. He thought that everyone in the group was with him, that everything was going to be dealt with, and then Deanna shuts all that down. And to add to that, Rick and everybody else, well, for the most part, everybody else anyway, said that they were behind him no matter what. And when Deanna said all that, They all just stand aside, especially Rick, the man who he's now endeared to and his best friend pretty much forever. And it's all just spat back in his face. Like everything that he's done to redeem himself has meant nothing. And Michonne, the person that he first met, the person that he's gotten accustomed to, the person that he's now together with, stayed right alongside and did nothing to defend him or try and plead more to his case. And it's just really heart-wrenching for Shane right now. And to add insult to injury, Pete is still going to be alive and right down the frickin' road. And with Ed, it was different because they were much softer at that point. They were not nearly outside as long as they have been now. It's much different time and place than it was back then. And hearing this and seeing all this happen, Shane is just utterly dumbfounded. And his patience level has begun to dramatically drop. And we're seeing an all-familiar side of Shane that we all haven't seen in a long time. And Shane decides to himself that if Rick's not going to do anything, if Michonne's not going to do anything, if Andrea, Lori, and Carol, and all these other people, Deanna, aren't going to do anything, then he will. Because it's only going to get worse. They let someone live who should not live. And this is the start of Shane's dark side coming back to the surface. How will this play into affecting the rest of the story? And how will Pete being alive in this scenario this time affect the story? And what will go through Shane's mind that might cause major ramifications for our group? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be getting into Shane going back into his old ways and whether it will severely hurt the group or majorly help them. This is part 9 to this awesome remake of What If Rick Spared Shane. Let's get into the video. We open up after Shane beats the ever-loving tar out of Pete, and Deanna listens to what everybody has to say, but does not go through with killing him. Afterwards, Shane understandably feels like he is completely thrown out of the equation, so to speak, and decides to take matters into his own hands. But of course, he has to play the part, because he knew how to do that back when Randall was a thing. So he goes to Deanna and talks to her, saying that he's sorry about what happened earlier and everything else, and that he just wants to take a patrol by Pete's now new place to make sure he's not doing anything out of the ordinary. Deanna, while heavily suspicious of this, agrees and accepts Shane's apology, but she just fell right into his hands. Meanwhile, Michonne and Rick are walking on their patrols, and Lori being the counsel, she's with Deanna. You're wondering why Rick and Michonne are here, not like Rick and Lori. But Michonne feels that there's something odd, and it doesn't feel right. And she decides to go back to her and Shane's place to see if he's okay. And the interior looks as though any Alexandria place would look. But there's one thing missing. In the Alexandria house where Shane and Michonne are at, there's a gun holder. Sort of like Michonne had for her sword. Because she had a holder for her sword when she held it up for good. Or, when she thought she was holding it up for good. But there's a gun holder for Shane's favorite shotgun. And the holder is empty. Michonne is really not liking this because this means either one of two major things. Either Shane has gone outside the walls to try and make sure that there are no zombies that could breach the walls, or he's taken matters into his own hands to go after Pete. And the second option feels much more justified. And she goes to go and look for him. Meanwhile, at Pete's new place where he was seen originally after the whole thing in the canon story, when Carol threatened him, he hears a knock at his door. And when he opens it up, he is met with a very frightening scene. Shane is right at the door and holds his shotgun, telling him to get inside the house or he will shoot. After Pete reluctantly does so, Shane slams the door because he's not really in control of his emotions right now, because we all know who Shane was. And after slamming the door, Shane gets ready to shoot Pete, showing that he means business. But instead of being terrified at this, Pete just smirks and eggs Shane on even more, saying that he won't really shoot him. He knows that he's not going to shoot him, because if he does, everyone's going to hear it. He's going to get ratted out and possibly kicked out of the community. Or worse yet, someone will kill him too. And then Pete goes to pull a little bit of a Season 9 Negan, saying that him and Shane aren't too much different from each other. They both want things done a certain way, and they're both alike in that regard. And then if they were to team up in some way, shape, or form, they could get Alexandria to listen to them. And this is sort of a listen to me situation, even though he's getting the gun held at him. It's really a peculiar situation, and Shane ain't buying it one bit. Because Shane was a cop, he knows about these kinds of situations all too well, even if his mind is kind of fraggled. And just before Shane's really getting ready to shoot him, he stops. He's not doing this because he thinks that Pete's right. He's doing this because he remembers what happened with Randall and how it almost cost him his life and his place in the group. And if he does this now, he's throwing that all behind. And he can't let the emotions that he had once before get in the way of what he has now. So, he begins to walk out the door, but not before landing a heavy right cross straight to Pete's face, showing that even though he's not going to kill him, he's still going to hurt him, and Pete can't do anything to him. He knows that much by now, and that'll leave him a nasty bruise on his face. Afterwards, Michonne, walking up close to where Pete's house is, sees Shane walking out of the house with his gun and asks him, "What's going on? Did you kill Pete?" And kind of being on the defensive side and precautious side. And also concerned because, they're together. Shane smiles and says that Pete's alright in there, and that he wanted to make absolute sure that Pete got the memo that even if he's living, he's gonna abide by everybody's rules. Michonne, while also heavily suspicious like Deanna, decides to accept this because they're together and everything else, and she trusts him. But she's still going to keep an eye out. Daryl and Aaron go on their little journey with Merle in tow. So, the zombies that they find in the trucks and everything, and all around, are much easier to get through. And when Morgan shows up, they're able to take down a good majority of them. But for how many that there were, I don't see all of them being taken out, even if there's 4 of them. So, they still all get out of it, but they're not going to take out all the zombies there. Anyway, Deanna does still have a meeting, but it's not about kicking Shane out. It's not about kicking Pete out, and it's not about kicking Rick out. It's not about kicking anybody out. It's about what Gabriel had said to her earlier on. Because remember, Gabriel still ratted out the group, but it was under different circumstances because the cannibals were killed earlier on. And she says this, and Gabriel's here this time because he is not as emotionally scarred from the group as his canon counterpart. But when he's there to hear Deanna kind of rat him out, this kind of puts Gabriel in a really bad situation, because now the entire group knows, and it's not too well for Gabriel's case. He tries to plead his case and says that he knows better now and that the group wants to look out for each other. But the group already had to deal with some of Gabriel's lies back at the church, and though it wasn't as severe as before, it's still a pretty significant lie. But before Rick or anyone else has time to speak or act, Gabriel clutches his stomach and falls to the ground. A weapon has pierced straight through his chest. And what is this weapon, you might ask? Who did this? Well, it was a sword. A sword pierced straight through Father Gabriel's chest. And after it pulls itself out, Father Gabriel gasps and falls to the ground. Him getting a death similar to the governor's canon death. It was Pete clutching Michonne's blade from Michonne and Shane's house, standing angrily and triumphantly over Father Gabriel's dying body. That's right, I really did this, because I felt that the situation for Father Gabriel this time, and for the meeting, would ultimately mean that Father Gabriel would be ratted out, basically. So, the person that you saw survive to Season 11 and the finale in the canon story just got himself iced in Season 5, or the end of Season 5, if that's how you really want to put it. So, yeah, no more Father Gabriel. It's a big twist for anyone who didn't see that coming. And since it took a bit of time, and the meeting was different and under different circumstances, Daryl, Merle, Aaron, and Morgan all show up just when this happens. Good enough timing for Daryl to pop off an arrow with his crossbow straight into Pete's head. But unfortunately, Father Gabriel still dies, because it was a sword jammed straight through his torso. So yeah. Shane, after this, obviously is completely angry at this and says that basically this proves his point, that Pete was a menace and that he should have killed him when he was over there when he had the chance. And after hearing this, understandably, everyone is shocked by this. But the main three are Deanna, Michonne, obviously, because she was in close proximity, and Rick most of all. So they all rat Shane out now and tell him, you knew about this, you went to go and kill him, and honestly, if Shane had gone through with killing Pete, sure, that might have put him in low regards to some people in the group, but it would have saved Father Gabriel's life, possibly. Sure, they probably would have still been mad at him, but it would have been better than Pete killing him. And Morgan is seeing firsthand the ruthlessness of Pete and some people in the group, and Shane especially. After everyone lets their feelings out, Deanna is the first to truly speak and says that Shane needs to leave. He's done far too much. First, he beats up Pete to within an inch of his life. Then he goes and lies about going to check on Pete and almost kills him. And now that's resulted in Father Gabriel's death. Shane just kind of nervously smiles at this and looks all around the group, asking everybody if they really think that Shane needs to leave, that they're really going to kick him out after everything that he's done for the group. And if they're really going to go through with making him leave. But no one says a word. But Rick pulls out a gun and gives him that same serious stare that he did when he kicked Shane out the first time, showing that he too isn't messing around. And then he begins to speak, saying that Shane had a chance to change his ways, and that he wanted him to come back and be true brothers again, but he blew it. Everything was set in stone, and because of this, Father Gabriel has died, and Shane has lost any kind of trust that he might have had with the group. So, there's no other option. Shane has to leave. Either that, or he'll kill him right now. Shane feels that he's being put into a predicament the same way that he was when he staged the whole Randall thing and almost killed Rick. And he honestly doesn't know how to feel about this. He's seemingly been betrayed by everybody. But this is when his anger and his savagery begins to show. He begins to give that same look that he gave Dale and everybody else back when he was out of his mind, and says to everyone that they will regret this, especially Rick. But before leaving the walls of Alexandria, he gives everybody in the group a big, menacing stare, and with that, grabs everything at his disposal, his shotgun, his favorite pistol, and walks out. What will happen now that Shane has been kicked from the group and Father Gabriel has died? And what will happen now that Daryl has been the one to put out Pete's lights? Hey guys, it is Nick here, and today we are getting into part 10 of this awesome remake to What If Rick Spared Shane. Now, spoiler alert, Shane will not be the main focus of today's episode. He'll be mentioned sometime at the end for clarity and where he's been, but if you guys watched the last episode, Shane has officially been kicked from the group after Pete killed Father Gabriel. And now, he's off with a bit of suspense after he looked at the group menacingly to wonder where he is. But anyways, I will mention him towards the end. For now, let's focus on Alexandria into the start of Season 6. Ron is not going to hate Rick this time, but he's going to hate Daryl. Why? Because Daryl is the one who killed Pete this time, because the meeting and everything else was under different circumstances. So, it's going to be a lot different this time, if you guys could not already tell. However, I don't see Ron being learned how to use the crossbow, or even the crossbow being relevant to Ron's character. It just doesn't feel right. So, Ron is going to receive normal gun training like he did with Rick, just because I feel like that's the most logical thing to give him. Now, who's going to teach him because of what's happened with Daryl? Well, Merle's still around, so Merle is going to be the one to teach Ron about the gun training. Why? Because I feel that to make up more for what Merle caused with Beth's death and everything with the Claimers, this would be a great way to keep him on Daryl's side, even though Daryl said that he forgives him and it's all good. I feel that Merle would always carry that, just in this story. So, when asked, Merle takes up the offer of training Ron with gun training as an extra way to keep himself loyal to Daryl, and as an extra added bonus of apology as to what happened with Beth, because I just feel like a more apologetic Merle in this story would make sense. Daryl, not really caring too much, just says, okay, and just walks off. Not that he's still mad at Merle, it's just whatever. Okay. And here's a big thing, a major problem that the group's going to have. Because of Reg not dying against Pete and it was Father Gabriel, that means that Deanna still holds control over the group. And so they're not going to go out to that whole quarry line where the Horde is and try and diverge them. So there's no one to know that that Horde is a problem. There's speculation, but before the group can actually figure out anything as to what's happening outside the walls, something does. The wolves make their attack, with the truck crashing into Alexandria and the clock tower falling, letting out any zombies that are in the area, but the Horde is still back by the quarry line. But nobody has time to focus on anything related to that because the wolves have officially made their attack, unbeknownst to anyone. Because remember, everybody is at Alexandria right now because no one's out doing their thing. And here's something I want to mention. In all my other stories, Andrea has died at this point against the wolves. But this time, spoiler alert, this is a much different Andrea that we're dealing with here. How? Because, for one thing, Michonne's here, and they're good friends, and for another, even though Shane is gone and has proven that he can't be trusted at this point in time after so long, I feel that even though they're not together, Andrea would still, she would want to make sure that Shane is safe out there and want to find him, and still feel there's a way back to get him back in the group. So, whenever the wolves do make their attack, Andrea fights on and makes absolute sure she survives. Because if there's any shape or way that they can find Shane one day and make up like they did before, she's going to be one of the people to greet him on that very day. So, she survives. But that doesn't mean that people don't die. Among a few other Alexandria members that we saw die in the original story, some of the main group dies as well. Reg, Deanna's husband, dies here. Nicholas, Herschel, sadly, Big Tiny, and Oscar. I gave the prisoners a chance to shine, but I feel that at least for Big Tiny and Oscar, this is a good place to put their death sequences. Meanwhile, in another part of Alexandria, Morgan has his whole spiel and trying to convince the wolves to leave and all that. And whenever he goes off to one of the houses, he gets attacked by Owen and kidnaps him. Well, not kidnaps him, but knocks him out, puts him in the cell, and tells him the whole story to try and redeem him about, Eastman and all that. You guys know the deal by now. But this time it's not Carol who finds out first. It's Rick. Because remember, I don't want to be repetitive, but the whole group is there. No one is gone. So, well, besides Shane. So Rick is the one to find out about Owen being captured. Now Morgan, after seeing Rick, tells him the whole story and says that people can change. And he should know that more than anybody. And that thanks to him, Morgan got out of his dark place and helped him along the way. And think about what he did for Rick whenever he saved him. And says that people can change. And he's trying to redeem this wolf leader here. And Rick says, while that might be true, Shane changed too, and look at what happened just now. Shane has proved that he is once again untrustworthy and is just... He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know what to believe anymore. Now, while these two are arguing, Owen tries to go up and attack one of them to try and hold him at hostage point or do something. But with Rick here, that doesn't really pan out too well. Even though Shane, Lori, and his kids are still alive, that fight or flight instinct with Rick still exists. So whenever Owen does try to attack, Rick shuts that down and just one-shots him straight in the head with this hand cannon. Or python, whatever you want to call it. Morgan, of course, would not be too happy about this because, he was trying to redeem the poor wolf and Rick just ended him in one shot. But ultimately, he has to admit, even with Rick, that Owen kind of did that to himself. So, yeah. Now, we then get to the part where the zombie horde becomes a problem. Because of the truck crashing into Alexandria and the horn blaring and the clock tower falling, the horde that was by the quarry line is now slowly making its way into Alexandria along with any other walkers or zombies in the area. So this is a big horde we're getting here, much bigger than the previous one, because it was never diverged. And with Deanna now just mourning the loss of Reg and not getting bitten because she's still alive, Rick, at this point, is finally taking leadership of the Alexandria community. Much more lightly so than his original counterpart. Not to say that Rick basically stole leadership or anything, but it's later in the story, and it's a different Rick and a bunch of different things. So now they gotta find a way to diverge this much, much bigger horde. Daryl and Merle decide to be the ones to do this. Why is it not Daryl, Abraham, and Sasha this time? Well, I believe the context for this, it just makes sense for Daryl and Merle to do this. And you'll understand more in just a second. Whenever Daryl and Merle decide to go ahead and diverge the horde, Ron steps up and says that he wants to come along too, because they need all the help they can get, and Ron believes that with his gun training and everything, that he'll be a good shot and a good help to Daryl and Merle. Now, of course, as you would expect, not only does Jesse protest against this, but Daryl too, because, well, Jesse obviously, because she's his mom, and Daryl protests because he doesn't want to have a kid's death on his conscience, because that's just how I think Daryl would operate at this point in the story, not later on, because he definitely shows more compassion in the later seasons, obviously. But Merle then steps up and says that Ron's kind of right. With his gun training, he'll be a good shot and a good help to both of them, and they'll be on bikes, so it's not like they're in any imminent danger. It's not like they're going on foot, because that would just be suicide. But to be absolute sure that Ron is safe, they go into the Alexandria Armory and get the best handguns that they can scrounge together. And along with this, grab a buttload of ammo just to be absolute sure that they are safe. And then they get bikes and are ready to move on. Now, the plan goes as such. Daryl, obviously, goes out in front to alert them with the sound of the bike engine, and pretty much what he did before when he alerted the horde. It's just under different circumstances. It's a bit later into the story. We're in, near the middle of Season 6 at this point. Daryl goes in front while Merle and Ron are behind, shooting whatever zombies they can, shooting up in the air, doing that stuff. Pretty much trying to be better distractions to get the horde away from Alexandria. Now, they do this for a good amount of time. No zombies are being fought in Alexandria because the whole group has scrounged together in Alexandria to avoid fighting or anybody dying. So a lot less conflict. But once Daryl, Merle, and Ron get out far enough, and they're absolute sure that the zombies can't be a threat to the community, Ron makes his move. Because, if you guys couldn't already tell, this was a setup. Ron slowly moves his gun and aims it straight at Daryl. Because this is the perfect opportunity for Ron to get revenge for, Daryl killing Pete. Because the only reason why he wanted to go... This is pretty much like what he wanted with Rick, except it is much different. Merle, now fully paying attention to Ron at this point, with the zombies not being in any imminent, threat at this point, sees what Ron is doing and asks, "Why are you pointing that gun at Daryl?" Or he would say, "My brother," or something like that. Because he is very confused at this point. Ron looks straight at Merle and says that Daryl is responsible for his father's death, and he should know more than that because he was there. He saw Daryl kill his father, so he should understand. Merle, now knowing the truth of what's happening at this point, decides no way and kicks Ron straight off the bike and causing Ron to collapse on the ground. This would be a very strong kick, and it would skin Ron up something fierce. And one of the walkers or zombies near them would slowly converge upon Ron and kill him. So, once again, Ron kind of did this to himself. Daryl, now turning around, and since the zombies aren't any threat at this point, like I said, sees what just happened and asks, "What the crap was that all about?" and everything else. And once Merle said that Ron tried to kill Daryl because of what happened with Pete, Daryl understands, but they're not so sure how Jesse and everybody else is going to take it, because they're still going to have to tell them. And they sadly go back to Alexandria to try and spread the news. Meanwhile, this is the part where Shane becomes relevant, straight near the end of the episode, like I said at the beginning. Now, Shane has been off on his own, fighting zombies, and just trying to get his head together after all of what happened. But he slowly comes to terms with realizing he's not alone, and meets up with Dwight, Sherry, and Tina, Dwight being the only one seeming aggressive towards him, and this is the point where the saviors come into play. But before Shane can even process what's going on with Sherry, Tina, and Dwight, a gun is raised to his back and tells him to lower his weapons and drop them to the ground. Who is this mysterious assailant? And what is going to happen with Shane at this point in the story? And how will Jessie take the death of her son in these circumstances? Hey guys, Nick here. So, quick announcement for this video. This is going to focus on Shane specifically. With the other video, the last one, it focused on the group, and at the end, Shane made an appearance, if you guys didn't watch the last one. But this video is going to basically reverse that and focus on Shane specifically. So, without further ado, where has Shane been, and what will happen to him in this episode? This is part 11 to this awesome remake of What If Rick Spared Shane. Now, in the ending of the last episode, Shane met up with Dwight, Sherry, and Tina, but under different circumstances. This being proved whenever, after meeting them only for a second, a gun is raised to his back, and a figure tells him to drop his weapons and stand still. And today, we're going to find out who this mysterious person is, and the negative side effects to the group not going to the quarry line to fight the zombies, or, diverge them. Who is this figure? Tara. Because, like all my other stories, Tara's with the saviors if she hadn't been recruited by the governor. It's just the way I think it would go. Now, because I mentioned the whole quarry line thing, because the group did not go out that way and Daryl never met Dwight, this means that the saviors would catch up with Dwight, Sherry, and Tina much more successfully, which in turn means that This time, whenever Shane met Dwight sharing Tina, it was under much different circumstances. It was a trap. So, whenever Tara's revealed, telling him to drop his weapons, Shane, obviously knowing a police situation or just a dangerous situation, drops his shotgun and then drops his favorite pistol. But Shane did this a little bit too easily, because knowing Shane, especially at this point in the story, even Tara knows that, considering how tough Shane looked, this was a little too easy, but she just ignores it. But when she goes to get his guns, Shane turns around and punches Tara straight in the face. I'm talking, this was a very hard punch, straight to the face, breaking part of her nose in the process, and slamming her to the ground. Not with his hand slamming, but from the punch, because Shane did not hold back here. And Tara especially knew that something was up, but she didn't expect that, and knows that this guy is not a pushover. But just because Shane did this doesn't mean that he won. Because, like I said, this is under much different circumstances. So Dwight already had the iron to his face, and yeah, he's the savior now. And like I said, this was a trap, because there was no way that Shane was going to get through this easily. And now, Dwight is the one who has the gun to Shane. And even though he could just punch Dwight again, or punch someone again, it would just be a repeating cycle, and Tara or Dwight could just shoot him. So this time, he stands down. After Tara gets up, she's quite angry at this, because not only did Shane attack in a, surrender situation, but that hurt. That punch really hurt, and she just wants to shoot him right now. And even though I feel that Tara would be in a much higher place in the Savior group, obviously, than Dwight, I feel that with Tara's anger right now, Dwight would have to calm her down as to not make her go crazy. Because he actually thinks that Negan would take a liking to Shane, and Shane could be very helpful to the Saviors, and this is kind of ironic. So, they ultimately decide to take Shane to Negan. And Shane actually wants to see the leader for himself, because if this whole band of saviors thing is real, then he wants to see this for himself. So, Dwight, Sherry, Tina, Tara, and Shane all go to the sanctuary. And Simon is the first face they see. And after Dwight and Tara mainly tell Simon about what was going on, and who Shane is, Simon is actually a little bit surprised, especially after looking at Tara, because Tara would have a very bloody nose, sort of like Merle did, but much worse, because we all know how tough Shane was, and this would be a much tougher Shane. And actually sees a little bit of resemblance, not in facial features, but just with the attitude and just the way he presents himself. Simon sees a lot of similarity between himself and Shane. And ultimately, he grants permission to go see Negan. Negan is sitting in his main room just thinking about what to do with all the other communities and all that, being the guy that he is, when Shane, Dwight, and Tara all walk in. Shane especially getting a first glance at the big man himself, Negan. Negan, after hearing about all what happened and seeing Tara, is actually quite impressed and sees Shane already as either a threat from another group or a very valuable soldier, and asks Shane to sit down and have a talk with him, and tells Dwight and Tara to leave, because Shane also just wants to have a conversation alone with him, because now he knows that everything that Dwight and Tara said was true. So, Shane and Negan have a discussion. Shane telling about his backstory, where he came from, what happened, and how he was kicked from the group once, and pretty much all that, his main group, and that the group that he was brought back to, and who he was kicked from again, is in a community called Alexandria. Shane also goes on to say things about Rick and the other leaders of the group, Deanna, and what happened with Father Gabriel, the priest, and why ultimately the leader of the group, Rick, might be tough enough to kick him twice, but mostly all of the group is not tough enough to make true gut feel decisions. And that's what ultimately led him to almost die, because Rick and everybody else was pushed to the point of having to make tough decisions because of Shane's influence. And this is true to a very immeasurable degree, and says that if they go to Alexandria, then it will be easy pickings. But in return, Shane will work for Negan, but he wants to be the second in command. Negan, after hearing this, is very impressed and just bewildered at Shane's attitude and the whole story. But he agrees to this, but he has to get past Simon first, because Simon is the right-hand man, and he can't just give that away. No way! Simon's been his right hand for who knows how long, so he has to beat Simon in a fight first, and then he will consider Shane's offer. Simon, after hearing this, actually wants to put Shane to the test, because even though he sees a lot of resemblance with Shane, he does still find him overly overconfident, if you guys know what I mean. But anyways, the two get into the room where Negan and Simon fought, where all the saviors get a first look at Shane, and the fight commences. Now, just to tell you guys, if this were Season 2 Shane, he would have a lot of trouble with Simon, I feel. But with this particular Shane, oh, it's not even close to a competition. Shane almost wipes the floor with Simon. Simon gets a few good hits in, but Shane holds his ground much more so. And afterwards, he stares directly at Negan and says that he thinks he's made his point, and that if he wants to make him a soldier, Shane will comply with this, but he wants to be the second in command now. He feels that he earned it by beating Simon within an inch of his life. And this would be very, very, in-depth. This would be an awesome scene. Negan, after this, is even more surprised because he didn't think that Simon would get his butt handed to him so immensely. But Negan did agree to his giving Shane the role, and as Negan said himself, he's a man of his word. Even if he was crazy back in Season 7 and 8, and, going on before that. And he ultimately agrees. Shane is now the right hand to the Saviors, and Negan also says that they're not going to go to Alexandria yet, because he doesn't do it that way. He sends men little by little, and then, if it becomes a true problem, then he attacks himself. Shane agrees to this, and is ultimately put in the role of right-hand man to Negan himself, putting Simon at a lower hand than before. He would be the third in command, or the left-hand man. And it would be a lot of switching around, but Shane earned it. Simon, after this, is ultimately angry. As angry as we saw him in Season 8, because he just got his butt handed to him something fierce. And now, that role was just taken away from him, like it was nothing. But he ultimately doesn't do or say anything because, can't. Otherwise, he'll just get killed. So, ultimately, like Negan said, he sends out little Timmy and his brigade of merry men to go to Alexandria to pay them a visit, to see if what Shane has said is true. Meanwhile, the likes of Merle and Daryl head back to Alexandria after Ron almost kills Daryl and Merle throws Ron into a walker. But how will this go whenever little Timmy and his brigade hit Alexandria? And did Ron truly die from getting thrown? Or will this have major ramifications? Hey guys, so to start out, we've had a lot of things happen in recent episodes that have drastically changed how The Walking Dead goes. For starters, Shane, after being kicked from the group twice, has joined the Saviors. Now, a band of them, little Timmy and his brigade, I'm not going to say the full name of their group because, certain words. Anyway, the Saviors are on their way to Alexandria instead of meeting them out on the road. And Daryl and Merle are also on their way back from Alexandria to say the sad news about Ron's death and that he pretty much, got himself killed for trying to kill Daryl for killing Pete. Now, with all this stuff happening, how will The Walking Dead progress from here? And what big things are about to happen? This is part 12 to the awesome remake of What If Rick Spared Shane. And today, we resume our story. So, Daryl and Merle finally get back to Alexandria, and Merle is the first one to unfortunately tell Jesse that Ron's kinda dead. Because he tried to kill Daryl for killing Pete. Merle saw this, kicked him off the bike, and the first walker got him. And tells Jesse that he really, really did not want to have to do that because he actually kind of liked the kid. And I'm sure that he thinks that Daryl did too. So, yeah, kind of a really sad moment, especially for Merle and Jesse. Jesse especially, who, sure, she's mad at Merle for pretty much killing her son, but then again, he kind of did it to himself. Sort of like she understands how Pete did it to himself when he killed Father Gabriel with Michonne's blade. And ultimately comes to the understanding that it's not truly Merle's fault, and that he was just trying to save Daryl. And Daryl speaks up too, and kind of points out to Merle that maybe training him with guns wasn't the best idea, because had he not been trained with guns, he might have still tried to kill Daryl or something like that, but at least Daryl would have been able to handle it in a way that, it didn't kill him specifically. A lot of things could have been different. But just then, by sheer coincidence, a mysterious figure at the rear gates of Alexandria makes himself known. And I say he for a very specific reason. Just then, the mysterious figure shoots the gun in his hand, and a gunshot rings out, unbeknownst to anyone about this figure or the gunshot just yet, and the shot goes straight at Merle's heart, killing him instantly, and Merle clutching his heart just for a second, and then dropping to the ground, dead. Who was this? It was Ron. How? What? When? Why? When? You see, Ron didn't die from the walker that came at him. Sure, Merle kicked him off, but Ron still had a hold of the gun that he had. So whenever he was kicked off, the gun wasn't that far from him, and whenever the zombie was just about to get him, Ron was able to get to the gun that he had and kill the zombie. But Merle and Daryl were so focused on leaving at that point and worrying and stressing about supposedly killing Ron that they didn't know that he was still alive. So Ron decided to make this the element of surprise. And whenever he makes himself known here, he says that Merle deserved the death for getting in his way about wanting to kill Daryl for killing his father. And that this was payback. And now he's going to kill Daryl for sure this time. Jessie, knowing all of this to be 100% true, sure, she's glad that her son is supposedly alive, but now he's just killed someone all for the sake of revenge, and that she screams at him and calls him out and actually is a really tough mother at this point. And says that revenge is not worth dying, but it's too late for that. Daryl, in a blind fit of rage over Ron killing his brother, has no sympathy for Ron at this point, and pulls out a gun and kills Ron. This time, for sure, with the gunshot straight to the head. And this would kind of resemble Dawn's death whenever she killed Beth in the original. So, a lot of references in this one so far, if you guys haven't been paying attention to the other references. After this, Merle reanimates because, he was shot in the heart, and he reanimates as a walker. And after this, Daryl, I feel, wouldn't kill him the same way. He would just crossbow him. Afterwards, he would mourn the loss of his brother and be very upset about this. It would just be different because Beth died first, and it's just Daryl's mood would be different. So, yeah, different kind of reaction to Merle's death here. After that, the mood is really somber because not only did Ron survive, and Shane got kicked, and Ron killed Merle, Ron actually died. It's a bunch of stuff happening at once. But the group doesn't have long to process all of this, though, because just then, they hear shouting and bike engines outside the gates. And this is spelling trouble for Alexandria, because little Timmy and his brigade have arrived at Alexandria on behalf of Negan and Shane. Once the Alexandria gates are open, little Timmy and his brigade introduce themselves and say that on behalf of Negan and the new right-hand man of the Saviors, Shane, they have come here to take their belongings and to force them to surrender. They can either comply nice and quick and nothing will happen, or they can try and fight and they will end up losing a lot more than just their belongings. And after hearing about the Saviors and the supposed Negan, that's a bit of worry, but Rick especially, when he hears the name Shane, right hand, Shane's joined another group? And to add insult to injury, Negan's got a bunch of men, it seems, and Shane has really meant what he said whenever he left Alexandria, that they were going to regret this, and Rick especially is tired of Shane at this point, because he gave Shane an opportunity to leave, and he joined another group, but just to be sure that this guy or these people aren't just, making up false accusations about the name Shane. It could be a completely different Shane for all they know. Rick asks seriously to repeat the name of the other person they mentioned. Not Negan, the other guy. Little Timmy, the leader, sort of expected surprise whenever the name Shane was mentioned. So he has no problem inflicting that extra suspense onto Rick, the supposed leader, and repeats the name and says that, once again, on behalf of him and their leader Negan, their property belongs to the Saviors, and that they can either do this quickly and quietly and be done and nobody dies, or they can do things the hard way. Rick, now knowing for sure what these guys are about, and the fact that Shane truly has betrayed them for real, just basically gives the same attitude that he gave to Simon at the season 6 finale, you know, on the road and everything, and says that that deal's not going to work for them. And yeah, the mood turns from basically chill to very escalating and serious. Whenever little Timmy pulls out weapons, and then Rick and his people pull out weapons, the rest of the Saviors pull out weapons, it's a whole deal. Sort of like we saw the Vatos gang and Rick do at the beginning of The Walking Dead. Basically the first real group encounter. But the Saviors didn't account for one particular thing. Daryl just lost his brother, and he is by no means willing to negotiate with any Saviors, because this Daryl is officially at the mindset where he was in the original story, because there's no Merle, there's no Beth. So while Rick and the Saviors are talking, Daryl sneaks from the gates of Alexandria outside and shoots an arrow straight into little Timmy's head, killing the leader of this group of Saviors. But nobody saw where the arrow came from. But Rick and his people knew, Rick especially, and Rick shouts just then for everyone else to attack, or rather he just says, "Now!" And with that said, Rick and his people gun down the remaining Saviors, and there are gunshots flying everywhere, but there weren't too many people in little Timmy's little group there, so it's not really a big gunfight. It's a little bit of one, but not like a major one. Not too much to get your hopes excited truly for if you were watching this. Anyways, after that, Rick tells the group that not only do they have another group to be afraid of, but Shane is with them. And this could definitely spell trouble if Shane's looking for a real way of revenge. Because Shane before, it was like, he wasn't truly out to get them, but now he is. Just then, a voice shouts out and says that he might be able to help them. Jesus, and then makes himself known. So, if you guys couldn't already tell with like Tara, Ron, and now Jesus, we're getting a lot of mystery people then revealed, because I'm definitely spicing up the suspense rack on this remake. But anyways, you guys might be wondering, how, what, when, why, just how did Jesus come to Alexandria, make himself known? Why is this happening? Well, there's a few reasons for that, and I'll explain. We're going to dive back to Jesus actually arriving at Alexandria. You see, because of the whole horde thing not being dealt with at the quarry line, that has had a lot of ramifications, if you guys couldn't already tell. One of those being, Rick and Daryl never went out on their own, and therefore met Jesus. So, whenever the horde was drifting to Alexandria and then back from it, Jesus saw this, and it's pretty hard to ignore, and especially considering he was worried about how it would affect Hilltop, so he decided to investigate. But when he saw Daryl, Ron, and Merle on the bikes, he figured that the problem was resolved in another community, so he decided to investigate himself. Then he saw the group of Saviors, little Timmy and his group, at the Alexandria gates, and, you know, him and the Hilltop already knew about the Saviors because they were already under the influence of Negan, sort of like Oceanside, the Junkyard, and the Kingdom. So he decided to let well enough alone because he figured that with the Horde being dealt with, that this group would be able to deal with this batch of Saviors because there wasn't that many. Sure, he had some suspicion if there were more hiding, but he decided to let well enough alone until he knew that the problem was dealt with. So that's where Jesus has been. And then he states that there is another community that he could have help Alexandria against the Saviors, especially if one of their groups supposedly is with them. He then tells the group about the Hilltop, and the entrance to it plays out as you would expect. But how will the story go from here with so many changes? And with Shane joining the Saviors, how will this play into Rick and his people surviving later on into the series? But that's where we're going to be leaving things for the moment. And we have officially made this another long episode with 16 minutes, or 15 and a half right now. But anyways, that is where we leave the story for now. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be getting into the entrance of Jesus and the Hilltop community. Now, with the group already encountering the Saviors of Alexandria, Little Timmy and his brigade, and with Shane being a part of the Saviors, will this mean that Hilltop's efforts to help will have been for naught? Or will this provide an even bigger advantage? This is part 13 to the awesome remake of What If Rick Spared Shane. We get into the entrance of the Hilltop community, and everything else before that, like the Hilltop people being saved, and all the other stuff leading up to Hilltop, remains exactly the same. Nothing would change. But there is something that would change, albeit minor. The group that goes there. Now, in the original, we see Jesus, Maggie, Daryl, Glenn, Michonne, and Rick, and Abraham all going up to the Hilltop community. But who would go this time? Well, I feel that the group would remain the same, except I feel that Lori would replace Daryl in this equation. Now, why Lori? Well, because Michonne only went with Rick, really, because they had been together a long time. So, Rick and Lori going here, since Lori's still around, makes sense. Michonne would probably either maybe come along, or still stay at Alexandria. I mean, she was together with Shane, so she'd probably just want to go in case she could find him. I'm not saying that Michonne wouldn't go just because Lori's coming along. I'm just saying that with Daryl not going, which I'll explain more in a minute, Lori would go. Now, people have been asking me to review other characters from the series because I haven't really touched base on the majority of them. But outside of a vast majority of them just existing in Alexandria, there's not too much that I can point out. But here's something that I will point out. Carol and Axel, since they're still together, actually get married by the time they reach Alexandria. And since Mika is still alive in this timeline, which I've done before, and Carol is sort of like an adoptive mother, Axel is sort of like the adoptive father at this point in the story. And at this time, I feel that Mika would be in her teenage years, because she was a young kid whenever we first got introduced to her at the prison. So I feel like this time, she would be around her teen years. But that's all I can really say about characters at this point, outside of, like, including ones in the main story. Now, as I said, Daryl is not going to Hilltop. Now, why is this? Because of his recent death with Merle, I don't think he would want to go. So, whenever Ethan makes his whole attack and killing Gregory, or attempting to anyway, Lori is the one to save Abraham from the one guy instead of Daryl. But instead of merely breaking his arm like Daryl did, she just outright shoots him, which kills him. And this was complete and total accident. But this still gives time for Rick to kill Ethan. And the whole threat is solved, except now they have 2 people's blood on their hands, not 1. But ultimately, Lori is feeling very apologetic about this because Lori, even in my other stories, hasn't really had a hand in truly killing someone. So this would be a drastic change for her character. And she is very apologetic about this. She really didn't mean it. She just wanted to get the guy off him, and she don't feel like she could have overpowered him had she went in their hands first. But Abraham tells her not to feel guilty of this, and it's what they had to do. And feels very happy that she saved his life. And that, yeah, she probably wouldn't have been able to get him off had she went in hands first, and he means this with no offense, of course. Lori takes this because, hey, she said it. Anyways, Rick also tries to console Lori and that these people definitely had it coming for trying to kill the leader of the Hilltop here, albeit, being Gregory. Anyway, with all that said and out of the way, the entrance to the Saviors is not surprising this time because they already know about the Saviors. So that whole little plot thing is out of the way. But Jesus says that they have a lot more saviors from what they might think. They have satellite outposts and everything else. And if these saviors were just the welcoming committee, there's plenty more where that came from. But he does know a satellite outpost where they can make their attack and possibly find and kill Negan. So the whole thing, the whole entrance to the fake Gregory head and the whole entrance to the satellite outpost, the first one, plays out as you would expect. But there's going to be a lot more differences this time around. For example, with the whole Eugene, Rosita, and Abraham thing, Eugene and Abraham still have their scuffle because, Abraham still almost killed Eugene and everything. Eugene's saying that he doesn't require his services anymore. Abraham breaks up with Rosita, except this time, since the Saviors had encountered Shane in the woods, that means that Dwight and all the other Saviors are at Alexandria, because Daryl also never met Dwight. So that means that when Abraham and Eugene have their thing, they just go back to Alexandria just on separate ways. Which also means Denise lives. But since Tara is not really part of the community, she's basically a downgraded character. The only reason that I had any kind of care for her was because she was kind of with Tara. But other than that, she wasn't really important. But that's just a side note. So, that also means, scratch the side note thing, there's not going to be extra people kidnapped for the lineup. So anyone who goes to the lineup now is in the group, not apart from each other. Now, who goes to the satellite station? I think that it would be Rick, Daryl, T-Dog, Sasha, Andrea, Lori, Carol, Glenn, Tyrese, Carl, Axel, Maggie, Enid, and Mika. So, a lot of characters that I haven't introduced for a while, and characters that have been relevant in past parts. Because these would be the main people that I feel would pose a good fight against the Saviors here at the satellite station, and there's strength in numbers. Now that they know there's even more Saviors than what they saw at the gates, they need these numbers. But those extra numbers aren't always handy. Because, as I said, not just because of the group, but there's going to be major ramifications coming from this. Whenever Maggie and Carol get cornered by Paula and the Saviors, Axel dies. Why? because I feel that to protect his wife, he would definitely put up a fight. Now, where is Mika? I feel that she would still be sheltered or brought with someone else because, she's just getting into her teenage years, and I don't think she would have that killer instinct that she did, because Carol would still be trying to work on that with Axel, especially after being in Alexandria for so long. But now that Axel has died, this is where Carol's character finally takes a darker turn, because Mika's still alive here, and that's the only other thing, really, keeping Carol from going completely, psycho. So, this is the moment in the story where Carol's character takes a dark turn. But she's not going to leave Alexandria because, like I said, Mika is still around. So, even though that's a thing, whenever Carol and Maggie are kidnapped by Paula and the Saviors, they both take equal savage states or turns into killing Paula and the Saviors. So it's not just Maggie and it's not just Carol. It's both of them together. Meanwhile, at the sanctuary, stuff's going down there while everything at the satellite post is going on. The Saviors are discussing what to do since their satellite outpost and little Timmy have all been killed. And we get to see Shane become a more good right-hand man than Simon ever was. Negan actually valuing him more than Simon, because Shane has not done anything to outright oppose him or do anything of that nature. If anything, he could be the next Negan if so rose the opportunity. And this definitely gets Simon jealous. Not only did he lose a outright fight to this newcomer, but he lost his biggest stance in the Savior operation. Sure, he's still part of the Saviors in some kind of leader role, but he's not liking the attention that Shane is getting. And with all that said and out of the way, we then get to Maggie and her pregnancy advancing to the point where the group has to take her to Hilltop to get help. Because the whole satellite outpost thing, like I said, besides Maggie and Carol both being in savage state of minds, nothing really would divulge. So, the whole group that I mentioned going to the outpost would be the ones going on the trip to help Maggie. And then they meet Simon in the middle of the road, which I feel would play the same exact way, and get cornered at every pass with bunches and bunches of Saviors. And even though there's a lot of numbers, the Saviors have more. And eventually come face to face with Negan himself. But there is definitely more company, more familiar company, that the group has yet to know. Or already know, but it's too late to stop. What will happen now that Shane is finally going to meet Rick and the group face to face for the third time? And who will die in the coming episodes? Hey guys, Nick here. Today, we're getting into a big episode, because if you guys could not have already told, we are about to dive in to Negan's introduction to Rick and his group, because we've already pretty much been introduced to him already, thanks to Shane becoming part of the Saviors and gaining Simon's place as second in command. But how will today go in this episode with Rick and the lineup? This is part 14 to this awesome remake of What If Rick Spared Shane. Side note, something that I think I should mention before we really get into the big stuff. Heath is going to find out about Oceanside like he did in my What If Lori Survived, because without Tara being an influence, Heath is my really best guess as to who would find out, because he was on the trip too. Anyway, we're getting into the big stuff today. I'm sorry if I'm sounding repetitive, but we most certainly are. We get into where we left off last time with Simon and all of the saviors cornering Rick and his group at every turn, and eventually meeting Negan himself. But Shane isn't out. Not just yet. That Negan wanted to save for a surprise. But for now, he's going to go with his way of doing this, which is going to be the main way of doing this, because, he only thinks about himself, really, Negan. But we're getting sidetracked. Negan introduces himself to Rick and the group much like he does before, giving his big speech about how his people killed his people and yada yada yada, and basically saying to the group that their stuff is his now and that they work for him. Pretty much giving the whole speech thing that he did before, except I feel that it would be twisted more so in a way because, like Season 10's flashback of Negan introducing Michonne before he was about to hit someone in the head with his bat, this time, right when he's done with the speech, this time, he says before he kills one of them, he wants all of them to see one particular face before any one of them die. And he calls out to Shane. Shane opens the door to Negan's RV, pushes it open so that bunches of suspense are built into his reintroduction to the group, because Shane especially wanted to make this special in kind of a dark, twisted way. Now, once Shane reveals himself, there is, of course, mixed emotions, because on one hand, sure, it's nice to see him again, but on another, it's really like he joined this guy of all people, the guy who sent a bunch of men to come and kill everybody, take their stuff at Alexandria, the guy who orchestrated the people that got Axel killed at the satellite outpost, Rick especially, is not particularly happy this time. While whenever Shane was kicked from the group the first time, he wanted to give him another chance, this time, all he wants to do is just rush at him and just kill him. But they kind of can't. They have no weapons on them, and bunches and bunches of saviors, including Shane, with weapons trained on them. Plus the fact Negan's there. And he's got the bat, he's the big man, they really can't do anything. And Negan knew that this would upset even Rick, but he said, he wanted Shane to be the first face they saw, well, one of the last faces any of them saw before he picked his victim, which, of course, is going to be Abraham, because out of the whole group, I feel that Abraham would still be chosen here, because he, in the original and just completely in all my stories, which I've glanced over, Abraham kinda wanted to be the one to lay down his life. You saw how he looked at Negan. That's why Negan picked him in the first place. Which, in turn, him taunting Rosita, Daryl punches Negan, stupid decision, and yeah, Negan's about to kill someone else. Now, Shane's having a little bit of second thoughts. Now, why is he having second thoughts now? Well, he hasn't really seen Negan up close and personal, doing his thing. He didn't know what Negan fully meant by teaching Rick and the group a lesson, but now he's kind of starting to see, and that nice part of him, the side that worked with Rick and his people for so long, the side that wanted to be given a second chance, that side of Shane's starting to resurface a little. It's kind of like Shane's battling his demons at this point in the story, to whether he wants to be a bad guy or truly help Rick and his people. And he doesn't have time to glance over this because Negan's next victim is Glenn, like before. And this, of course, results in Maggie and everybody else being sad, Maggie especially, and Negan just making fun of Glenn while he's dying. And now it is more sure than ever to Shane that he picked the wrong side. Because with Abraham, it was different. Because Abraham had basically just come with Rosita and Eugene to get the supposed cure for the world. Because Eugene, they thought he had the cure and everything else. Those three were different. But with Glenn, they had been together since the start. Shane had known Glenn since they all had the small group back in Atlanta. And to see him just mercilessly killed by this guy who he himself joined, it really just dove into Shane's heart. It really affected him more. Morgan, like I've discussed before, that when he's in the lineup, tries his hand, and he doesn't have the stick on him, but he tries to attack. But, as we know, Negan kinda don't like that. And he's just getting ready to kill a third person. Preferably, maybe Morgan. Because he didn't kill Daryl, but with Morgan, he's kind of tempted to just kill anyone who attacks at this point. But then, Shane steps up. And this surprises everybody at this point. Well, kinda. Anyway, Shane steps up and says that if Rick and his people haven't learned by this point, maybe they need someone from their old group or one of their friends to do the deed and actually set them straight. Meaning, Shane says that he wants to be the one to kill the next person and decide. Negan honestly kind of didn't expect this and actually really is intrigued and impressed with Shane. He had been impressed enough and everything to see how Shane dealt with Simon, but at this point, he's viewing him better than any other savior. And this is kind of like a what if Lizzie was left behind by Carol situation with like Lizzie and Alpha, in a way. So, with that said, Negan allows it. And Shane gets his favorite shotgun out and steps up to the group, saying his piece much like Michonne did with everybody whenever we saw the flashback of her in the Season 10 original. Except it's way different now. Shane steps up to the group with his favorite shotgun and gets ready to decide who he himself is going to kill. And it is very suspenseful at this point, because now it's not someone strange, like a stranger, that's just going around killing the friends. It's someone from their own group. Shane especially. This hits everybody hard, and the tension is even worse than it was with Negan, especially to Rick, who looks at Shane with a mix of fear, sadness, hope, and anger, hoping that Shane will change his mind or do something to not make this happen. But Shane isn't reciprocating the emotions that Rick's feeling, and all you see in his eyes are malice. And he gets his gun ready and gets ready to fire the shot. Boom! The screen fades to black. And who was shot is very, very surprising. Everybody in the group, I'm talking saviors and Rick and his people, every single person is surprised and just bewildered at who Shane shot. Who did he shoot? And why does this affect everybody and not just Rick's people? Well, this awesome cliffhanger is where we're going to end this part, folks. Yep, I'm doing one of those again. A awesome cliffhanger, which is definitely going to make you guys feel very intrigued for the next episode. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be seeing who Shane shot, and why it was a surprise not only to Rick's group, but the Saviors and everybody. This is part 15 to the awesome remake of What If Rick Spared Shane. We open up with Shane pointing his shotgun, and boom! The screen fades to black like it did when Negan first killed Abraham at the end of Season 6, but we didn't know until Season 7's opening. But who Shane shot surprises everybody. The suspense is immense here. Hey, that rhymed. Anyway, everybody is surprised, shocked, and just bewildered at who Shane actually shot, including Rick's group, the Saviors, and we see who he shot right now. Negan. Shane pulled a Negan saving Daryl from the Whisperers and side-shot Negan with his shotgun, not even looking at where Negan is, doing what Negan did whenever he saved Daryl from the Whisperers. Why did Shane do this to Negan? Well, after seeing Glenn die, and Glenn being around with him since the very beginning, it really just hit Shane's good side hard, and he couldn't take it anymore. And he wanted to go back to the side where he belonged. Basically, Shane fighting with himself. And with this, Negan's bat falls to the ground in a clump, along with Negan's body. Because this did indeed impact him. Even though Shane wasn't looking as to where Negan was, he didn't have to. Shane would have plenty of experience with even looking behind him to shoot with his shotgun by this point. Afterwards, after an immediate, immense moment of silence, Shane shouts, "Now!" And the whole group, Rick's people and everything, jump up and combat the Saviors. And every one of the Saviors, including Dwight and Tara, are all taken down. Because all the Saviors are so surprised that Shane did this to Negan, they don't have time to react when Rick's people stand up and fight. And even though people like Abraham and Glenn are dead, people like Michonne and Lori and Rick, everybody else in the group, because there is a bunch of them, are able to still combat the Saviors. Simon knew something was up with Shane. He knew from the moment that he looked at him and wanted to take his spot as right-hand man that something was wrong. And he knew that there was just something about Shane that he was going to turn traitor. And now, even though he didn't win against him when they first fought, he's going to do anything to just do something to prove that Shane is nothing but a waste of space, now more than ever. Make his point known. Shane is more than happy to put Simon down again, knowing that he's stronger than him. But before the two can get into a scuffle, a python's shot rings out and shoots Simon straight in the head, ultimately stopping the two from even fighting. Who is this? Why, it's none other than Rick Grimes. Rick did this ultimately because he wasn't expecting this. After Shane left and betrayed the group once, that was something. But twice? Even he is surprised by this. He could have just shot Shane too, but he ultimately sees now that Shane's battling with his inner demons, and kicking him out probably wasn't the best idea. Yes, he literally meant it and that he would kill him, but I feel that Rick, seeing that Shane truly stood up this time, would honestly hit him hard. And Rick Grimes would also have mixed emotions to this as well, because after all, after seeing Glenn die, they both know that they missed Glenn. Because Glenn saved Rick's life. Shane was with Glenn since the beginning, too. They both know that Shane killing Negan kind of made up for the fact that Shane joined them and betrayed him and all that stuff. Shane also looks at Rick with eyes like, yeah, I screwed up major big time by teaming up with this guy. The governor was one thing, but this, he was really glad that he did what he did and shot Negan. Had he not and shot someone else, he would have died seconds after to someone else, be that Rick or anybody. And after all the saviors are dead and the whole group has time to reconcile with themselves, Maggie still goes to Hilltop, but everybody else goes too. Gregory does not believe that Negan's dead and is still being a stubborn know-it-all jerk like he is in the original story. But Shane doesn't take too kindly to that and holds up Lucille, saying that he doesn't believe that Negan's dead. Here's the frickin' proof. His bat. And suffice it to say, this definitely throws Gregory for a curve because he didn't expect this group to actually be able to pull it off. Plus, he didn't see Shane before, so he thought that this guy must have been their backup plan or something. But all's made known in due time. But Jesus says the battle is far from over, because Negan still has people at the sanctuary, leaders, and there's still satellite outposts that have saviors that need to be taken down. And when they hear Negan's dead, there's definitely going to be a big battle. They got to get to them before they come for them, if you guys know what I mean. Shane, Rick, Lori, Carl, Daryl, and Michonne, the main leader type people in the group, the whole group, decide that it's best for them to go to the sanctuary specifically while the rest of the group goes and combats the people at the satellite outposts. Because it seems like the more safe word plan to go with, so that way they don't lose any people. They could all go together and just do all that, but honestly, that'd be more people just killed at once. They don't know how many saviors are there. So, Rick and all the other leader types go to the sanctuary to begin their plan. But, like Merle, Shane made a very derpy decision. Because not everyone is accounted for when it comes to being killed. If you guys know what I mean, let's get back to the clearing where Abraham and Glenn were unfortunately killed. Because a certain figure, making himself known once again, has not bitten the dust. Negan is still alive. Now, how in the world did this happen? And you guys might be thinking that I just did this because in all my other stories, Negan's not really meant anything. Well, maybe besides what if Lori survived, him living at least a lot longer. But I kind of wanted to throw Negan a bone here. And instead of him being shot in the head like that Whisperer was when Negan saved Daryl from the Whisperers, I made it so Shane's reckless not looking where he was shooting Negan shot him straight in the shoulder. So his shoulder is very much so injured from this shotgun blast. It could have almost taken his complete arm off, but I wasn't going to go that far. But it does leave a big, big bruise. Negan wakes up after being out cold because the shot definitely took him for a loop. And after waking up, he's very surprised because he doesn't know what happened. All the saviors are gone, all Rick's people are gone, his weapons are gone, the vehicles are gone. And then he thinks. Last thing he remembers, he was lining up Rick's people, and then he killed Abraham, and then Daryl punched him. He was about to kill Glenn, which he did, and then Morgan was about to attack, and he was about to kill a third person. But then, his new second-in-command, Shane... That's it! Shane! Shane, the person that he had now relied on as a second-in-command, betrayed him and shot him instead of shooting one of the group. All that trust he had placed into him had gone to complete and utter waste. And now, the only feeling Negan feels now is anger. But then he thinks of something else. His bat. Lucille. Where is Lucille? Someone must have taken it. In his final moments before passing out completely, he recalls seeing Shane pick up Lucille, or someone like him. And then he blacked out. And now, Negan just feels complete and utter anger. Because now that he's alive, he can play the element of surprise in getting his bat back. And making sure that Shane is the first person that he kills. Because he had put all that trust into making him a second-in-command, and it all went out the window. But the battle has not been completely lost, because even though the Saviors are supposedly without a leader, and he's lost 3 good men, that being Dwight, Tara, and Simon, there are still weapons in the RV there that he can use to at least protect himself. And if his thoughts are right, Rick and his people, along with now Shane, are going to go to the sanctuary and satellite outposts to kill the remainder of his men. And he is going to make sure that Shane is the first person that he sees and the first person he kills, because he is determined to get his revenge and get his bat back. How will this go now that Shane has betrayed Negan and Rick and his people are going to kill the Saviors? Will Negan get his bat back, or will this false death lead to his actual death? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be seeing the results of Negan's survival and arrival to the sanctuary to get his bat back and hopefully reclaim his place as the leader of the remaining Saviors. But can he do it now that Shane has betrayed him? We're going to find out in this episode of What If Rick Spared Shane the Remake, Part 16. Bit different with that intro, but hey, it's whatever. Anyway, the only remaining leaders left of the Saviors, since Simon, Dwight, and Tara are all dead, the only leaders left are Laura, Gavin, and Regina. So, not really too much leadership in terms of Saviors. Sherry is also still alive and would never see Dwight again because, he's dead. So if she escaped or stayed with the Saviors or something like that, she'd still never see Dwight. So I'm going to leave her fate undecided because, honestly, it wouldn't really matter. Anyways, Rick and the few other leaders of the group, the ones I discussed before, him, Lori, Shane, Michonne, Carl, Daryl, all those leaders basically formulate the same plan that Rick did in the beginning of Season 8, going to the sanctuary and all the mud flaps and vehicles and such. And this time the talk is much different because Rick only wants all of the Saviors to just stand down, basically. It's not even, there's no talk about killing Negan or anything else. They do mention, all of the leaders, that Negan, Simon, and the other main Saviors have been killed. And if they know what's good for them, they will surrender. Now, the Saviors don't believe this because Negan, but Shane, who still has a hold of Lucille, by the way, holds the bat up, and this basically signifies that either A, Negan let his guard down and his bat was taken from him, or B, they're not lying and Negan, Simon, and all those other saviors are dead. And Shane basically goes along with what Rick's saying that the saviors just better surrender if they know what's good for them. He just kind of wants to end the saviors, honestly, because as they know with like the governor or other groups, letting people go is not a smart decision. And Rick has come to understand this throughout all the time that he's been around Shane, even though Shane's backstabbed them on multiple occasions. But he did help defeat Negan, so that is a big reprise for his past sins. So, after the saviors refuse to surrender, Rick and his people fire among them, and Negan finally arrives at the sanctuary and sees Rick and all of his people, and then he sees Shane, and just the mere sight of him just angers him. But then he sees what he's holding. Lucille. This is his perfect chance. While all this gunfire and marauding is going on, this is his perfect chance to go and get his bat back and his leadership role. But should he take it? If he messes up, Shane might actually kill him. Or worse, one of his group might, and it's not going to be easy. So, he decides to be sneaky about this, and encounters Laura, who's still alive and trying to get away from all the gunfire. Laura, after seeing Negan alive, is definitely surprised. And the reason I did this with Laura especially is because she was the first, basically, savior when we were introduced to the flashback of her and Negan in Season 10, so it feels more right. Negan tells Laura about all what happened. Shane betrayed the saviors and killed everyone. He thought that he was dead, but he only shot him in the shoulder, which he indicates the wound area as to which he was shot. And now he's trying to get his bat and leadership role back, and he's going to need Laura's help for this, because if he tries it alone, he might actually die this time. Now, Laura, being around Negan for the longest time, understands the plan and agrees to help, because, of course. And they formulate a plan to get Shane on his own. And while all of the saviors are being killed or fighting back Rick and his people, Shane is feeling a little bit perplexed. He feels like something's wrong and that this is definitely too easy. And then he hears rustling and noises over at a separate end of the sanctuary, which he goes to check out. But right whenever he turns a corner, he gets punched straight in the face, basically replicating what he did to Tara in his first encounter with the Saviors. So you could call this a little bit of payback to a degree. And the person to have done this was Laura, because Negan didn't want to strain himself after being shot in the shoulder. Shane, after being basically knocked on his face on the hard concrete, is thrown for a loop, to say the least, and Negan gets Lucille back, because, of course, Shane would drop this. And Negan is definitely very happy to have his bat back, because, you know, it's the only thing that reminded him of his wife, which is why he named... Well, I don't even know why I'm explaining this. Anyway, he is very happy to have his bat back in his possession. And he tells Laura to get Shane ready, because now they're ready to get the next part of their plan initiated. And while that's going on, the rest of Rick's people and all the rest of the communities and stuff are going to satellite outposts and killing the saviors there. Now, for Morales, does he get spared with Rick and Daryl not there? Well, yes. Why is this? Well, I'll touch more on that in a minute. Quick side note, Eric does not die here. because I feel that with other people, with a lot more people at the satellite outpost, basically everybody except the main leaders, I feel that Eric would not die here. And that would definitely help Aaron's personality and stuff, make him softer. Now, as for Morales, the only ones besides Rick, Daryl, Shane, and Lori to know him, oh, and Carl, too, are Carol, T-Dog, and Andrea, who are still all alive. Carol, of course. And I feel that with them around and at the satellite outpost, Morales would definitely be spared. Rick, while fighting the rest of the saviors and everything, notices that Shane is not anywhere to be seen. And this kind of concerns him because he feels that even though Shane did kill Negan, so he thinks, that he might be trying to secretly backstab them in an attempt to get the savior role for himself. But then he hears a voice. It's Shane calling out to him, but he can't see from where. He begins to walk around the sanctuary, and then he sees him. Shane is still there, but he's just standing still, almost like he's scared. And then he sees why. Laura, one of the other saviors, has him held at gunpoint. Now, Rick doesn't know how Shane could have allowed this to happen, but it kind of makes sense. It could have been a sneak attack. Rick pulls out his python and gets ready to kill Laura. But then he hears another voice, one that he really, really did not want to hear. Daryl and the others, while fighting off the saviors, notice that Rick and Shane are having troubles and agree to take on Arat and the saviors, and Arat, I forgot to mention her too, with the rest of the saviors. But anyways, Rick holds his gun up, but then hears another voice. And this time, it's a voice he did not want to hear and did not expect to hear. While Shane is being held at gunpoint by Laura, someone else steps out from the shadows. Negan is still alive, holding his bat and all, and Rick's starting to put the pieces together. This was a setup. Rick kind of understands what's going on, and yet not really. His mind is very perplexed right now as to how Negan could have even survived. Last he saw, Negan was shot literally in the face with a shotgun. So, how did this happen? Negan is just having the time of his life smiling at this, and says that Shane's just as dumb as shooting as he is betraying someone like him, and says that this is kinda karma. And he didn't really expect to be killed that easily. He actually thought that he was dead for a minute, but now he's going to make sure that Shane dies and that Rick's people pay fully. But Rick tries to talk this down and make another deal or some sorts, like the deal that they were going to make at the clearing. Negan only agrees to some sort of deal if they give him Shane. And then Rick and his people only have to pay 25 to maybe 35% of their stuff at their community. If they agree to that and get the other communities back online and give Shane to them, they'll leave the communities alone. Rick is having trouble agreeing to this, especially after what Shane went through and his helping of the group, even though he failed to kill frickin' Negan. Shane is, his bad side's starting to turn on him a little bit again, and says that to Rick, that if he's not going to make a decision about what to do here, he will. And picks up his shotgun and uses the end of it to hit Laura straight in the face. And there has been a lot of face punches and attacks in these few recent parts, but I definitely wanted to add suspense to these few parts here. Definitely in the Negan saga. After Laura gets attacked, Shane tries to go for Negan next, but he's a few seconds too late because Negan uses his bat and slams it straight into Shane's face. Now, we know Shane's had face injuries, so this one, honestly, with this Shane, wouldn't be the most severe, but it would knock him to the ground, unconscious. So, yeah, definitely a very strong attack. Definitely with a bat with barbed wire to his face. It's not going to tear out his eye like Glenn or anything, but Rick tries to go and help Shane, but Laura gets back up and regains her composure and holds Rick at a place where he can't do anything. So Rick's basically just sitting there hopeless and has to watch Shane get tortured. But Negan says that he's not going to kill Shane right away, and that he's going to make him feel the same level of torture, betrayal, and complete pain that he felt. He'd really put his trust into Shane, especially after he had gotten in so well with the Saviors. And for him to backstab Negan like that, oh, he's getting a fate much worse than death now. And he's going to put him through the same agony and pain and betrayal that he felt back at that clearing. And picks up Shane's shotgun. And I bet you guys are all thinking about what Negan's going to do here. He is going to make sure that he shoots Shane the same way that he shot him. Except this time, he ain't gonna miss. And he's going to make sure that he is on point to make sure that Shane suffers. Kind of a bit of a tongue twister there, honestly. And points Shane's shotgun straight at him and says that there ain't nothing saving him this time, and ain't no way that any kneeling or extra kills are going to save him from what's about to happen. And with that, will Shane be able to even get out of this? And will Rick and his people even be able to help in this situation? Or has Negan actually won this time in this particular story? And if Shane... Hey guys, Nick here, and today we see Negan's true plan for Shane and how far he will go with the torture and what he maybe has planned afterwards for Shane, and if Shane will even live past this episode. This is part 17 to this awesome remake of What If Rick Spared Shane. Now, we open up where we left off, obviously. Laura is still alive and is the one who accompanied Negan to get his bat back and get the jump on Shane, and is also the one keeping Rick from interfering because Negan said that he wants Shane and Shane alone and that he'll figure out Rick's group when he's done with him, because he specifically thought that Shane was a much better servant or, right-hand man than Simon ever was, and he proved it too. And for him to backstab him like that and almost kill him? No, that's beyond the line. And Negan gets Shane's favorite shotgun and prepares to dish Shane the same pain that he dealt to him, except much, much worse. Negan picks up Shane's shotgun and is ready to deliver the blow and says that this time there won't be any luck for him. And whatever luck he got before with Rick's group and whatever luck Negan got, Shane ain't getting none of it. Points the gun at Shane's shoulder and boom! Fires the shot. And this yell from Shane is unlike any yell we've ever heard from Shane. He yells something fierce. The fiercest yell that anyone probably in the group has heard before. And probably since the CDC when Shane went all macho. And it can tell you that this really, really hurts. That's understandable too, because Negan, after all, felt the same pain when he thought he died. Afterwards, Negan throws the shotgun to the side and says, now they're even, but Shane's torture isn't over yet. He just wanted to show Shane what the pain of being shot in the shoulder by a shotgun felt like. And now, he's going to get real torture. Grabs Lucille and says that now the real torture's about to begin. But he's not going to kill him with Lucille like he did Abraham and Glenn. He's going to make sure he busts every bone in Shane's body. So not only will he not be able to escape, but he will make sure that he is a hot, crippled mess, and then he'll kill him. This is definitely a more savage side of Negan than we would have seen in this entire series up to this point. Negan begins the torture, swinging time after time after time. And it shows, too, how much Negan is truly enjoying the crap out of this, breaking bone after bone of Shane's body, making absolute sure that not only does Shane realize the backlash of what he's done, not just to Negan, but that he just makes sure that Shane knows about what he's done. I didn't really know another way to truly say that other than the fact that Shane's getting real backlash and karma here. And when we see a good look at Shane during this, he is a hot, bloody, just completely injured mess. And he is completely unrecognizable from the Shane that we are familiar with at this point in time. And after Negan is sure that Shane can, 1, not move, and 2, is completely and utterly sure that he knows what he got himself into, basically. But then again, Negan does not really, truly care or know if Shane can even process what's going on now, because the pain that Shane is feeling right now is beyond anything that he has ever felt before in his entire life. And now Negan says that now the torture's done, he's going to deliver one nice hard swing, sort of like what he promised to do to Carl at the end of season 7, except this is meant for Shane. And now that the torture's done, he's going to personally end his life. But before he can do that, Daryl, who him and the others had taken care of Rot and all the other leaders of the Saviors and everything, Daryl shoots his crossbow straight towards all of them, and it hits Laura square in the head. So, the only one stopping Rick from jumping in there and saving Shane is now dead on the ground, thanks to Daryl. And this gives Rick the perfect opportunity. He jumps forward with his axe, and this ensues a big fight between Rick and Negan. But it's not as big as you might think it would be compared to maybe the other Rick and Negan fights. Actually, none of the Rick and Negan fights were truly big in a fashion, but this is sort of better than the Rick and Negan fights we got originally. But, unfortunately for Negan, he's still shot in the shoulder from a shotgun, and he has worn himself out, swinging at Shane time after time. So not only is he tired, but he's injured. So, that means that his grip on Lucille and just his fighting in general is lack. And This makes him drop Lucille in the frenzy, which gives Rick the opening to grab it and hold him there, and shows that he ain't getting this back this time, and there's no one to protect him now. All of his saviors and the leader ones are dead. And you can imagine that Negan isn't too happy about this, because not only had he just had a near-death experience, but he lost Lucille 3 times! His wife, his bat once, and now he's just lost his bat again! You can imagine that Negan isn't really having the best emotional state right now, but he kind of brought it onto himself. He should have just stayed in the clearing in his RV and just found another group, but no, he wanted to go ahead and get revenge. Rick chooses this opportunity to do what he did in Season 8, lights Lucille ablaze, and shows that now Rick's the one who means business, and that he's been waiting to do this since he killed Glenn. Grabs Lucille, and does exactly what Negan promised to not only do to Carl in the original, but Shane just now, and delivers a nice, hard swing straight to Negan's temple. And this is not just Lucille with barbed wire, this is Lucille on fire with barbed wire. So this knocks Negan straight out. Doesn't kill him. I'm going to stress that right now. Does not kill him. But it does knock him out. It definitely does knock him out. Which is understandable, considering the fact that it's not only a bat with barbed wire, but it is on fire with barbed wire. Just think about how much that would hurt. Rick, after this, sees Negan on the ground, sees Shane injured within an inch of his life, looks at Lucille, and contemplates what to do. Everybody in the group, well, the few leaders that went with Rick, are staring at him intensely, wondering what Rick's about to do, if he's going to end it, or what. But he doesn't. Rick throws Lucille straight into the windows of the sanctuary, it busting a window in the process, and crashing straight into the floor of the sanctuary. And Rick doesn't kill Negan. He spares him. And Daryl and Michonne are the first two to see this, and after seeing Rick just throw Lucille, and I'm sure that Rick would say save him or something like that in this situation, but I'm going to make sure that Rick actually does the deed himself by saving him. And after that, Daryl and Michonne, like I said, are the first two to see this, and they're not quite that thrilled that Negan was just spared, especially after all what he did. And they're staring at Rick with a mix of anger and just surprise. Like, why? But Lori and Carl are there too, and both of them actually smile, because Carl had wanted a peaceful future with Negan in the original story, and Lori, I feel, wouldn't be on a too far playing field from that. Actually, she's the one who taught Carl some form of that, honestly. Do the right thing. And seeing Rick do that, or what they think he does there, is actually really happy for them. Daryl is the first to truly react to Rick on this, and asks him what the crap he thinks he's doing. Like, he just saw what Negan did. He's seen what he's done. Why did he spare him? Rick then goes on to a big speech, saying that Daryl wasn't too good in the making either when he first met him, nor was Merle, and yet they changed their ways. And think about Shane. He's betrayed the group not once, but twice. And he actually, even though he didn't kill Negan, he still tried to help the group in their desperate hours. And he feels that if someone like Shane, who's betrayed the group on more than one occasion, can change his ways and really risk his life for the greater good of the group, that he feels that Negan can too, but it will take time. And that he wants Negan to truly feel sorry, feel the weight of his actions, sort of like Shane did, which he knows that Shane did, especially now. And brings out a pair of handcuffs and says that we're all going to go back to Alexandria now, where not only Shane, but Negan are going to both face the reality of their actions. Now, Michonne, she's one to definitely understand this. And like I said, Lori and Carl are definitely proud of Rick here. Daryl is still in that mindset that he is with Maggie at the end of Season 8, but I feel that it's not going to be as major as it was in the original story. He's still on Maggie's side about Glenn and everything, but it's nowhere near as big as the original story. I say it's like 50-50. After cuffing Negan and seeing all of what's been done to the sanctuary, Rick goes over to a battered, bruised, bloody, and broken Shane, who looks very similar to his zombie-like appearance we see him in Season 2 of the original story. Except, without the eyes and just the zombie kind of like demeanor. But he is a very unrecognizable version of the Shane we've come to know and love, especially in this story. But he picks Shane up because, Shane can't walk. Pretty much every bone in his body has been broken. Like I said, battered, bloody, bruised, and broken. So yeah, that should tell you all you need to know. Picks up Negan, who is knocked out, picks up Shane, probably gives Negan or Shane to someone else, and all of them return to Alexandria. The battle has been won. But, unfortunately, Maggie, after hearing that Negan has been spared, isn't too happy about that. Sure, Shane did help in a way with kind of killing Negan, and whenever she hears that he came back pretty much and wasn't killed, Maggie has to take all this in and realize this is just ridiculous. The fact that Negan gets to live. But after hearing what Rick has to say about, Shane, even too, and all that, she still can't get over Glenn's death. And what is that going to turn into? Will Maggie end up trying to kill Negan like before? Or will this result in nothing happening at all? And about Shane, will he ever make a full recovery? Or is this just a symbol that Shane's time truly has come? And with him being back in the group, again, will this mean that he will be in better favor of the group again? Or when he makes a full recovery, if he makes a full recovery, will anyone in the group really respect him again? Or is this the end of the era of Shane Walsh? Hey guys, Nick here. Today, we will be looking at the aftermath of the Savior arc in The Walking Dead, and what all the characters have been up to for the most part. Can't fit them all into a video like this, have to be kind of a 2-video thing. But anyways, we're going to look at most of the characters from the aftermath of the Savior Saga, particularly Maggie, and what she will do whenever she finds out that Negan's been spared, and what will be done afterwards. This is part 18 to What If Rick Spared Shane, the remake. The awesome remake, if I've not said that enough. Anyways, last time we see Negan surviving his blow with the shotgun from Shane, only getting shot in the shoulder instead of the head like many of you thought. And well, at least until a part or two ago. Anyway, Rick in the end knocked Negan out with his own bat, throwing the bat into the walls of the sanctuary, and ultimately sparing Negan's life. A season early, mind you. afterwards tending to Shane, who's looking a little worse for wear, much resembling his walker reanimation, because his bones were broken this way and that, his face was all roughed up, battered, bruised, bloody, and broken, as I said in the last episode. That's what Shane is. So yeah, he's lucky to even be alive, especially after all he's done throughout my past parts. Anyway, the group reconciles at Alexandria, and Negan is still put in the cell, but he has done far less than his previous or canon counterpart, mainly because he wasn't really given the option to do more. But anyways, he is still put in the cell, but it is under way less strict terms. He's not going to be in there forever like Rick told him to be, because, you know, even though he did kill Abraham and Glenn, it's just a far less strict because of what happened in the original story. I think it speaks for itself. Lori and Carl appreciate Rick for doing this immensely, because we all know that Carl wanted a future with Negan. Well, not at first, but he did. And Lori being around, I feel that her and Carl both would be on the same page, thinking this as a united effort, because, you know, Lori was much like that. She wasn't really the violent type like Rick grew to be. So, anyway, Rick says that the other communities that Negan had under his foot need to know that the battle is now over and they got nothing to worry about, as to not cause, like, tensions that maybe the Saviors are planning a move on their communities, or something like that. Hilltop is the first to be informed of this, and Gregory, you can imagine, is very perplexed at what to believe at this point, because the group had already come to the Hilltop, and Shane held up the bat and everything right in front of Gregory's face, and he had signified that as Negan and the Saviors have been dealt with. And now he hears that Negan lived and is now spared. All the other Saviors are still dead, though. It's a lot to take in, even for Gregory. But, speaking of Hilltop, Maggie still has the motive to turn on Rick, because he did still spare Negan, and, you know, he still killed Glenn. And she says she wants to wait for the right moment and do what needs to be done. Her plan to kill Negan, like the original story. And she actually favorites Shane in this regard more, because Rick's more of the bad guy for letting Negan live. Shane at least tried to make amends and kill Negan after he messed up, and with the whole group and everything. And then when he came back, he tried to even do that again. She just favorites Shane more here. And Daryl is on Maggie's side with this, but as I said in the last episode, he is much less on her side with this. He is on the side of Glenn and everything, but after Rick explained about Shane turning bad twice and still coming back, Daryl definitely is on Rick's side about that. So it's kind of like a mixed package. Anyways, while that's going on, we get to the entrance of the kingdom for the first time. And King Ezekiel and, all the kingdom and everything like that. They are next to be informed that the threat of Negan is no more, and that Negan has been spared, but he's going to be locked up for quite some time still for what he did to all the communities and everything else, and the death of some of the folks at Alexandria. And King Ezekiel, which we will still call him because he still has his king authority because none of his people have died. He is very happy to hear this because now his people can actually live in harmony. Morgan also gets a good feel for the kingdom because remember, Carol didn't go off on her own, so he hasn't been to the kingdom yet. And he almost died against Negan, so he's lucky to be alive right now. But anyways, he actually wants to stay at the kingdom, especially after bonding with the likes of Benjamin, like he did in the original story, except it's a bit later down the line. And also, Henry, because, he bonded with him too, especially after Benjamin's death. Ezekiel, like I said, is very happy to hear about Negan not being a threat anymore. Doesn't know how to feel about him still being alive, but he knows now that the saviors are not going to bother him and his community, and still keeps his king authority because, like I said, he hasn't lost anybody. So he's still in good persona with his king leadership and everything. Now, Oceanside. As I've said in my What If Laurie Survived series, since Tara had joined the Saviors, she does not find out about Oceanside, obviously. But Heath does. It's more or less a way to throw Heath a bone from his original outing, which we saw him, what kind of happened to him in Season 7, but still have yet to know anything about him. We know that he was traded off by Jadis, but not much more beyond that. But anyway, he's the one who goes to tell Oceanside and its people because he still wanted to keep his promise about keeping the community a secret. He would honor that like Tara did, kind of. Natanya wouldn't know how to feel about this and whether or not to trust Heath on his word that the saviors are not a threat anymore. But I feel that Cindy, she knew that her grandma was not really as trustworthy as she was. Well, obviously, with everything they had been through with the saviors, who would be trustworthy? But anyways, she decides to take Heath's word on this, and yeah, basically, Heath still wants to honor the fact that Oceanside's secret, but now that the community doesn't have to worry about the saviors, that's not so much a priority anymore, but Natanya still tries to stick her guns to that. Now, the junkyard is made known to Rick and the group after Negan spills the beans about every single community that he and his men had conquered. And they are next to tell about Negan not being a threat. Now, Jadis and her people are happy to hear this, even though they had kind of partnered with the saviors. But now that Negan and his saviors really aren't a threat anymore, they're not going to take their guns or their people or the possibility of any of them dying, Jadis and her people still take this with a grain of salt because you know how Jadis and her people were. But it's sort of like a mixed deal once again. And even though the saviors aren't still a thing, I don't know how Jadis and her people would react to this, because I feel that even with this, they might live in peace and harmony for a while, but even with Jadis' people around, I still feel that Jadis would try to steal one of the Alexandria people or someone, try to sell them to the CRM to get them to the city. So they would ultimately get themselves killed if they were to do that, which I guarantee they would. It's hard to say, especially at this point, but I feel that that would definitely happen. But anyways, that's all the communities knowing about Negan and all that. Now we go back to Alexandria to see what a particular person has been up to. Rick has been tending to Shane, who's been getting better, but it has been a slow recovery. Because as I said, Shane has all of his bones broken by Negan and his bats, and he had been shot in his shoulder with the shotgun, reminiscent to what he did to Negan at the clearing. So it's been a slow recovery, but Rick's making sure that he's gotten better. And it's worked for the most part. Like I said, it's been a slow recovery. And Shane sees the poetic irony behind this, because, after all, Shane had saved Rick's life and took him to the hospital in the very beginning, and now it's reverse that, with Rick taking care of Shane. And Shane definitely gets a crack at this and sees, man, never expected the day would come where our sides got swapped, huh? And Rick definitely smiles at this, and they have a nice bond after a long time of not really seeing eye to eye, especially after Shayna got kicked from the group a second time and the whole savior deal. So it's nice that they share a brotherly moment like this to basically rekindle their brothership for basically a third time. So yeah, after that, Rick informs Shane on what he's missed since Negan basically took all the life out of Shane and tells him all about Negan being spared, much to Shane's dismay, and the Saviors not being a threat anymore, and makes sure that he's okay and goes to make sure the communities in Alexandria are doing well in their recovery. Not too much of a recovery, but you know what I mean. Daryl and Maggie still go about their plan to go to Alexandria and formulate some kind of strategy to kill Negan. But first, they want to pay a trip to Alexandria. Maggie is very hesitant to do this, especially without a proper plan to just go in there and kill Negan. But that's not what they're there for yet. They're going to see Shane. Because even though he messed up, causing Rick to spare Negan in the first place, he still tried to rectify that situation. Because even though he betrayed the group on multiple occasions, he's made up for it every single time, or at least he's attempted to. But when Rick spared Negan, it was like everything that Shane had tried to do was a whole jangled mess. And honestly, they just want to see how he's been, because he's been a part of the group since the very beginning. And he's made mistakes, but they've all made mistakes. And just want to see how he's recovering. Shane, after seeing Maggie and Daryl, is definitely happy to see them, especially after not seeing him for a good long time, and says that his recovery's going well. Rick's been making sure that he's been alright. He knows about Negan being spared and everything, and definitely is not happy about that. But whenever he hears about Maggie and Daryl trying to formulate a plan to kill Negan on their own, Shane is up for that, but his recovery is still slow. He can't really function as good as he used to, if you guys know what I mean. So he says he's all down for joining them on this plan and doing anything to make up for his past sins, because he's still very sorry for what he's done, especially after Glenn, but says that if he really can't do it, he's on board with them and defends them on their plan to avenge Glenn and Abraham. Well, Glenn more, but, you guys get the deal. Daryl and Maggie, after hearing this, definitely forgive Shane by this point, because, like I said, he's tried to rectify all of his past misdeeds, and him even doing this now, trying to do anything he can to speed up his recovery to help them on this, they tell him not to bother, that they will deal with this on their own, but they're glad that he accepts that. They're glad that he is on their side with killing Negan for Glenn and everything else. Now, here's where we end off the video. Will Shane make a full recovery in time to help Daryl and Maggie with their plan to kill Negan? And with no saviors at all, will the bridge sequence and everything else be changed, leading Rick to either A, die, or B, stay with the group? And with Shane either A, making a full recovery or not, what is the fate of Negan here? Or what is going to happen to Shane at all? And that's where we're going to be leaving things for the moment. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be seeing if Shane will make a full recovery and aid Daryl and Maggie in killing Negan, or if the plan will happen at all, and if Shane will even be able to make a full recovery after what Negan did to him. This is part 19 to What If Rick Spared Shane, the awesome remake. Now in the last episode, it's going to be a short recap for the most part, Daryl and Maggie, before coming up with the precise plan to kill Negan, go to Alexandria, Maggie being very reluctant to even want to check up on Shane after everything has happened. And Shane has redeemed himself in more ways than one, even though he's betrayed the group on more than one occasion. So that's why they wanted to go and see him. And plus, he's been around with them since the beginning. And Shane's making an alright recovery. He's not going to be doing any serious fighting or running or big things like that, but for the most part, he has recovered. And whenever he hears that Daryl and Maggie are making a plan to kill Negan, he's on board with it, even if he's not fully recovered. Daryl and Maggie are definitely very happy to hear this and tell Shane that, yeah, he's redeemed himself completely, even though he's betrayed them on more than one occasion. And even if he can't make a full recovery, they are very happy and proud of him for making amends and being on board and doing what he did. And even though he didn't kill Negan, doing what he did to try and avenge Glenn. So, after that, I am going to now explain all the other characters that I left out in the last episode and what they've been up to. Sadiq still gets saved by Carl, and also Lori, like what if Lori survived, except this time, I feel that Carl and Lori in this particular story, like my first What If Rick spared Shane, would be stronger, except more so in this story for Lori because, you know, she died in my last story, my last outing of this. But I'm going to throw Lori an extra bone here and say that she does not get bitten here. Nobody does. Carol and Ezekiel do get together still, but it is later down the line that they actually, like, you know, become a thing. Later than in the original story. And speaking of Carol, and people acquainted to her especially, Mika in particular, because, you know, Axel died, Mika is now getting into her adult years, and she's still around, obviously, and she joins Carol on regular occasions. She's always been around Carol, especially in her young years. We all knew how much Mika liked Carol, and with her being around Carol a bunch of times, especially in the Kingdom, she gets to know the likes of Benjamin and Henry. Now, whether she gets acquainted to both or one of them, you know, like, love-wise, is completely up to you guys, because that's where I am more or less confused on who she would be, like, love interested in. So that's up to you guys. Either way, it would be good to see either or both love interests happen, especially for the likes of Carol, Ezekiel, and Morgan. Morgan more or less because of Benjamin and Henry, Carol and Ezekiel for Benjamin, Henry, and Mika. Rosita and Spencer also become an actual thing here, a long-lasting thing here, because they had sort of a relationship going before, you know, Negan killed Spencer, and Spencer tried to find a way to kill Rick and put himself in charge, but now they actually become a thing. Carl and Enid also get a good relationship here, like pretty much all my other Walking Dead stories. And yeah, basically, like I said before, I'm going through all the other characters and relationships and bonds before we jump into Season 9 territory. T-Dog, who is still alive here, just haven't found a really good place to make him relevant in the story. Now I am. T-Dog, I feel, since he doesn't really have particular people to get himself in a relationship with that I can see, would be around Tyrese and Sasha most of the time, because that's basically all I can really think to do. Whether or not he would get, you know, acquainted with Sasha is completely up to you guys once again, but for the most part, that is all I can think in terms of what to do with T-Dog. Eugene, since he did not betray the group to join Negan and the Saviors and make them bullets, which then backfired, I feel would continue to make bullets and support Alexandria and all the other communities the best of his ability. So, pretty much like his original outing, really. Andrea is still alive here also, living far, far more than her original counterpart, especially the ones that I have made in all my other stories. And that goes for a bunch of other characters that are still alive here that I have either already explained or have yet to, which is why I figured before I jump into actual story territory, I tell you guys the gist of all the other characters. Deanna is also still alive and remains the former leader of the Alexandria community, still in charge of a bunch of the workings of getting the communities back in balanced shape and helping out Rick and all the others. So, yeah. Also, speaking of Alexandria people, Jesse is still around, not really much of a milestone at this point, along with Sam growing into his teen years, because honestly, now that Rick and Lori are still a thing and everybody else got relationships, Jesse and Sam are more or less side characters, if anything. Now, for the bridge, even though all the saviors are pretty much dead, not even pretty much, they are dead, does this mean problems for the bridge? No, because basically all the communities lost little to no one. So this would mean that the bridge wouldn't even be a problem or matter. So Rick is still going to stay a part of the group. So yeah, not really much of a problem there. Gregory does still try to attempt to kill Maggie in an attempt to get leadership for Hilltop, but as we know, that doesn't go too well, and now we're actually getting into story territory. Maggie does still go to Alexandria, except under way different circumstances, and it's not in a mad frenzy from Rick to try to get her to stand down, but when she goes to try and kill Negan, which does still happen, Lori stops her instead of Michonne. And they actually have a pretty deep conversation, which is something that we really would not have truly seen since season 2, whenever Maggie basically yelled at Lori for almost getting the both of them killed at the pharmacy. Her and Glenn, I mean. Anyways, Lori pleads to Maggie to not do this and explains why. She explains something that she has not talked about for a long time. She tells Maggie that before they even met at Herschel's farm, Shane tried to rape her at the CDC and was just completely out of his mind for her. And even with that, time after time, Shane redeemed himself. He changed for the group. And even though he betrayed them on more than one occasion, he made up for it and is still here. Maggie, after hearing that Shane tried to rape her at the CDC, especially, she did not know about this, obviously, and just stops dead in her tracks, because this actually gets Maggie's attention wholeheartedly. She had no idea about any of this, and is actually more on board with listening to the rest of what Lori has to say. Lori says that vengeance will not solve anything. It will not bring back Glenn. It will start something else. And that now, with none of the saviors alive and Negan being dealt with, this will work. And Rick did the right thing. And that if she does kill Negan, it won't take the pain away. Maggie, believe it or not, listens to this, but still is in no mood to forgive Negan, which is understandable. But she says that she won't go about killing Negan, but she's not going to forgive him either, and smiles and walks away. And that was almost a little too easy, but it's still dealt with. Speaking of Negan, Rick is still taking regular trips to talk to Negan about the reconstruction of the communities, or, not really reconstruction so much as to say order. So he's still paying trips to Negan, telling him about what's going on and everything, except now it's under much different circumstances because Negan did way less than his original counterpart. One day, Rick actually takes it upon himself to ask Negan a specific question. Why has he done this? What made him the guy that he was? What made him kill all these people? Put him under his foot? What was the deal? Negan honestly did not expect this question, especially from Rick. But seeing as though he's got nothing else better to do or to really say, he decides to humor Rick and explains his origin, the origin of what made him, him. He explains that he used to have a wife named Lucille, and that the bat that he had was named after her. He explains that right whenever the apocalypse started, Lucille had cancer, and he had gone to try and get the treatment, but he couldn't bring himself to bring her with him, and that he was going to do anything in his power to keep her alive, but that he had gotten kidnapped by a biker gang. When he came back, she was dead. She had killed herself, and from that day forth, the bat that he had been given by Laura and the people who had saved him, pretty much, kind of, he had turned into his own personal weapon, and that's how he became Negan. Little side note also, since Morales is still alive, and T-Dog's still alive, I feel that the two of them would hang around a lot too. I know it's kind of in the middle of a deep story between Negan explaining his backstory a few seasons early, but I feel that that's something that I should have brought up. Anyways, after Rick hears this, it definitely hits him hard because, Lori hasn't died, Carl hasn't died, so he hasn't really experienced the pain of losing someone he truly loves. So this definitely gets Rick, and he now understands why Negan did what he did and why he was the man he was, and agrees to make a deal with him. He will let him have his bat and his freedom back in exchange for one thing. There is a bridge that they are trying to reconstruct for better trips for the communities and better deliveries. And if Negan can help successfully with that and get the bridge back up line, he will give him his bat back and his freedom. But he has to prove himself first, truly. Negan, not seeing any other way out of this and wanting his bat and freedom back, agrees to this, seeing no other real way to get his freedom back. I mean, he might have gotten back later down the line, but it would still have taken way more time than getting him out and actually getting fresh air and having a chance. Now, after hearing this, Rosita, Michonne, Daryl, Maggie, and Shane especially aren't too thrilled at the prospect of Negan getting out of his cell, for one thing, and a deal to get his bat and freedom back. And yeah, this really hits all of them hard because they just think that Rick's being foolish at this point. But Rick says that Negan really has not done too much to them. It's not that big a deal. Abraham and Glenn, mainly, are the two main things that made Negan a bad guy. So, it's better than just killing him outright. Now, will Negan actually do this and get his freedom? Or is this just another way for Negan to get his leader role back and turn on the group? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be seeing if Rick will go through with his deal and give Negan the bat as long as he helps with the bridge, or if all of this is a ploy to either A, see if Negan botches it up and gets himself killed, or if Rick's truly just gonna kill him. This is part 22, What If Rick Spared Shane, the remake. Now on to the construction of the bridge. As I mentioned before, even though all of the saviors, and I mean all of them, were killed, no one truly died in all the other communities, well, bar Jadis and her people, but they kind of did it to themselves, especially in this scenario. But the bridge is still constructed perfectly, which means that Rick doesn't have to sacrifice himself, so he stays. And throughout the whole thing, Negan was actually really good. He did good with the work. He didn't lash at anybody. He didn't try to attack. He didn't stop his work or stall it. He actually was a very good help. And he was very nice during the work too. He wasn't giving anybody dirty looks or anything. It's actually quite impressive, especially to Rick, because honestly, he wasn't planning on killing Negan unless he truly did something to, kill them. Because besides killing Abraham and Glenn, to Rick, in this scenario, Negan didn't do anything besides that. And sure, Glenn saved his life, but that's it. Carl didn't die, and it's honestly a better outlook on Negan for Rick's perspective. And since Rick's a man of his word, he goes to the sanctuary where he threw the bat, because before I said he lit the bat on fire, knocked Negan out, and then threw the bat into the window of the sanctuary, breaking the window and crashing to the floor of it. So he goes to the sanctuary, finds where the bat is, and it's in the same spot. Since all the saviors were dead, nobody's moved it or anything. And it hasn't, even though it's been out in the open, it is far more functionable than the Lucille that we saw in the original Season 10 finale, because unlike that one which was buried, this one's just been sitting out, so it's much different. Negan finally gets the bat, and after, he says a deep, heartfelt thank you, and a heartfelt apology, not just to Rick, but to Rosita, to Maggie, and just to everybody else that he wronged and whose lovers and families that he killed and enslaved. And after that, it's honestly okay. He doesn't use the bat to, bash anybody's heads in, and he just goes as he was. Surprisingly, this was very easy to pull off. Now, I know it's early into the episode, but we're getting into the 6-year time skip, because honestly, with no Rick sacrificing himself, it's not too much else to talk about. So, we're already going to jump in to the 6-year time skip when we get introduced to Yumiko, Magna, Connie, Kelly, and Luke. I could have just said Yumiko's group, but, specification's kind of my thing, sometimes. Anyway, then we get to the scene with Judith, introducing herself to Yumiko's group, but she's not alone. And I haven't done this that much, but this time, she's not alone whenever greeting them. Carl presents himself to their group, along with Rick, Shane, Michonne, and Lori, who aren't too far behind, because they were all in the same area near this time to try and, save anyone, see how other constructions with parts of the communities are doing, stuff like that. And with all of them still around, this would definitely be an occurrence. Now, Eric is still alive, side note, which means that Aaron's character development is much better, especially considering the fact that Negan and the Saviors didn't kill him, and so that means Aaron's not really going to have the hatred for Negan that he did. Now, as for Maggie, speaking of hatred of Negan, something I need to touch base on that's really kind of important that I've missed out on past what ifs. See, in all my other stories, I thought that Maggie truly left with Georgie and Little Herschel to start a new community because of Negan. But the fact is, she had just went to do that, and with Herschel to just start a new community. Sure, Negan was part of the reason, but not as much as just wanting to start a new community. So, that means, since that option's available in this story, and especially with Negan still around, this means that Maggie's going to go with Georgie to see the new community and meet the Reapers for the first time. So, figured I'd touch base on that and actually correct my mistakes from past videos. Anyways, with that little thing out of the way, we get into the introduction of the Whisperer arc, and Eugene and Rosita at the satellite tower to try and get good reception and reach farther out. And since Spencer and Rosita are a thing, and Spencer's still alive, that actually plays into pretty good effect here, because that means that Eugene most likely would not get hurt. And if he did, it would be a minor bruise compared to the big bruise that he got from falling off of the satellite tower, which I feel that Spencer would catch him, or at least do something to make sure he wouldn't get hurt. Now, all three of them still have to hide in the mud to the introduction of the Whisperers, but even though there's an extra person, that just means that since Eugene's not hurt, they can move faster. And whenever all's said and done, and the introduction to the Whisperers has been made known, you can imagine that even with Spencer there, they're a little bit shaken up, because they weren't expecting evolved walkers, or, that's what they thought at the time, until we actually saw smart walkers in season 11. But anyways, Spencer's the one to shoot the flare-up, so that way he can give Rosita and Eugene chance to run in case the zombies came back. I could have just said Whisperers, zombies, walkers. It's all the same thing. And just since Spencer's there, he's an extra person to help out in the situation. Jesus, Aaron, and Eric all see it, and like I said, since Eric's still alive, he would be a part of this. Daryl would be the next one to try and help them out, and Spencer, Rosita, and Eugene are all tracked down and brought back to the communities, and they don't have to go out to the cabin this time because Eugene was not hurt. Because with Spencer there, this once again plays into good effect. Now, once Rick and all the other leaders, Shane, Michonne, Lori, all of them, once they hear about this, Rick, even though everyone's back safely, wants to make sure that that this isn't really true, that this problem is dealt with as quickly as possible. Because if these really are evolved walkers, the communities could be in big trouble. So, him, Shane, Michonne, and Lori go with Jesus, Aaron, Eric, and Daryl to the cemetery, or to the location in which Spencer, Rosita, and Eugene were close to see if they're there. Now, another side note, since Mika is in her kind of adult years, and I've picked Henry to be the one that she actually gets together with because I feel that Benjamin would be too old for her, that means that I feel that Mika would keep Henry out of trouble, which means that he doesn't get locked up in the cell, and when Lydia becomes a thing later on, they're not going to have contact. So that means that Lydia and the whole Henry thing is not going to happen, but that's for a future part. That's just something I figured that I would mention really quick. A little spoiler alert from my next part, or the part after, something like that. Anyways, we then get to the cemetery scene, which still happens, I feel, because this would be close to the place where Spencer, Rosita, and Eugene first saw the Whisperers. Now, I feel that Yumiko and Magna would still come along here, just as extra support. We have all the leaders on hand here, but, you can never be too careful when you're dealing with Whisperers, or, evolved walkers, because they don't know anything about the Whisperers at this point. Now, Jesus does try to stand against them alone, and tells everyone to run, but just then, Shane has a thought. Everyone he's been around, everyone who's been with him and who's died, they've all laid down their lives, many for him, especially when he turned on the group multiple times. And seeing Jesus do this reminds him of standing against the saviors, helping out in many occasions, almost getting himself completely killed by Negan with that bloody torture. And he just has had enough. And that Jesus isn't going to be the one to lay down his life. He is, and he'll succeed too. He's not going to let evolved walkers, so it seems, get in the way of what his true family is. And he is shocked himself at actually calling all these people his family. But with every ounce of strength, the limped and worn out, bloody broken Shane climbs over the gates, punches Jesus out of the way, and says he needs to run, and that he's not going to be the one to lay down his life today, and that there is much more to his story that he's not even aware of. And the whole group is just in awe at the strength that Shane is now presenting. With this bloody broken Shane, especially from Negan, they are so surprised that he even got over the walls and even knocked Jesus out of the way. But Shane gets his favorite shotgun and prepares to fight off these supposed evolved walkers. But can Shane, with everything that he's been through, manage to get through this? Or is this finally the end of the road for one of the best characters in The Walking Dead? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be seeing if Shane can actually do better than Jesus did in the original and combat the Whisperers successfully at the cemetery, or if this means the true end of Shane. This is part 21 to this awesome remake of What If Rick Spared Shane. Now we open up where we left off before. Shane seeing Jesus about to risk his life for these supposed evolved walkers, but he is done losing people and seeing people die at this point, especially after he's betrayed the group multiple times. Does everything he can to climb over the wall, whack Jesus out of the way, and stage his own assault against the walkers, or, half walkers, half whisperers. You guys know what I mean. Anyways, Shane being Shane is able to take out the zombies, not the whisperers, but the zombies successfully. And it seems that nothing's going wrong yet, and Shane is actually doing a really good job. But then there comes a problem. The first whisperer, the one who specifically killed Jesus, attacks, surprising Shane. But, like I said, Shane being Shane, even though he is not in the best of his prime because of Negan, he is still able to fight the Whisperer off. Although, it does take effort, so it's kind of a mixed bag for the fight. But Shane is able to fight the Whisperer off. Tries to grab for his shotgun, but each attempt is foiled by the Whisperer. So, at this point, it's melee weapons and pure fisticuffs at this point. But Shane is still doing all he can and is surviving, seemingly, and then, when he actually grabs a hold of the shotgun, just before the Whisperer can grab it, Shane uses the backside of it to whack the Whisperer straight in the face. And, because he had already fought him good up till this point, the Whisperer is knocked down. But just before Shane can shoot it, another Whisperer comes from behind, stabs him straight in the back, giving the Whisperer on the ground the chance to stab Shane straight in the chest, giving him a death similar to Dewey in Scream 5. If you've watched Scream, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't watched Scream, watch the movies. You'll get more as to what this death specifically means. Either way, it's a cool nod for the death that I feel Shane should have gotten in this story. But, unfortunately, my friends, Shane is dead here. This is the actual end to Shane. And this was almost, you could say, teased whenever he got tortured by Negan, but I feel that Shane's story should have gone this far for him to matter more than my original What If Rick Spared Shane, because he's done really good up till this point. So this was a proper spot, I feel, to kill him off. After this happens, you can imagine the shame, anger, sadness that Rick feels when he yells out, pulls out his python, and shoots both the Whisperers down. Other Whisperers try to attack also after this, but with Rick being insanely mad and upset, and Michonne, Lori, and Magna and Yumiko, Daryl, all of them being by Rick's side, every Whisperer and zombie at the cemetery this time are killed. And after that, the group can phase on the Whisperers at the bridge. And that plays out pretty much the same, except Rick is far more angry, and he's here. And it all goes the same pretty much until Lydia is unmasked. Because with Rick being there and Shane literally just being offed, Rick wants nothing more than to just put a bullet in her head, to just feel better in some kind of way. Because after all this time forgiving Shane and him going through the worst kind of torture because of Negan, and because of all that, Shane's gone. And Rick feels kind of responsible for everything that's happened, and that he could have done something, because he wasn't the one who killed Shane this time. It was a Whisperer, no less, an evolved walker from the looks of it, and now they're actually people. It's just a lot to take in, but Rick knows as well as anybody else that Lydia here, well, Lydia, who we then know as Lydia, they don't know her name yet, she's pretty much the only clue they have as to where the leader of these people are, the Whisperers, and that there will be a time to grieve for Shane, but it's not now. So, the group goes to the hilltop, like before, with a lot more exceptions of people. Lydia is imprisoned, but like I said in the last part, and now I'm actually going to touch base on that more, Lydia and Henry won't have the relationship in this timeline. Now, why is that? If I didn't already touch base on it enough. Because Mika is with Henry here, because I felt that for Mika, Benjamin, and Henry, Mika and Henry, I feel would be the best possible relationship. So that means that I feel that Mika would keep Henry from drinking and getting into trouble, which means that Henry wouldn't get into the cell, which means that they wouldn't talk with Lydia, and that whole relationship is not going to happen. Does that mean that Lydia is going to be left out in the dust as a lone character? No, I'm not going to throw Lydia to the side like that. She will get a relationship, but I'm not going to touch base on that now. It will be for a future part. Just know that she and Henry are not going to get together. Anyways, with that out of the way, Lydia still does get interrogated by Daryl, but it's Daryl alone who gets all the information out of her. Or maybe Rick, someone like that. I wouldn't know who would specifically interrogate her at this point. I feel that it would be mainly Daryl. But with Henry not down in the cell, I feel that Daryl would get the information out of her alone. Now here's another thing we gotta talk about. A small one. Since the Saviors are all dead, I mean all of them, that means that Luke alone is going to get kidnapped by Alpha. It's a small thing, I know, but it's something I still feel that needs to be brought up. Any small thing could mean a big difference. So, yeah, I don't know why I'm explaining that either. I just feel like I needed to. Anyway, Negan, being allowed by all the other members of the group, is allowed to talk to Lydia because, as far as he's presented and told to the group, he's good with kids because he was a gym teacher. Especially what he told Rick whenever he told his story about Lucille and everything. Because remember, he explained his backstory to actually the group. It wasn't a flashback by himself this time. So, he talks to Lydia, gets to know her a little, what happened to her, and it's a much nicer approach from what Daryl did, except Daryl later came off as nice after she came off with information. Sorry, I stuttered a little bit there, tried to find the right words. Anyways, with that little interaction, and that segment of the story out of the way, we get into Alpha and the Whisperers, conveying on Hilltop, wanting Lydia back. And it's going to be much different this time from Rick just standing up on a high post, talking to her, and then the Whisperers getting gunned down. The Whisperers are actually going to matter here, like they did in my original What If Rick Spared Shane. Because Shane just got killed. Rick goes down to the gates, like Daryl did, and goes to talk to Alpha, because he wants to make it clear that he is in no position to not only not give Lydia back, but to have any kind of deal with these people whatsoever, and makes it very clear to Alpha that they are not giving Lydia back, and that these people, your people, are the ones that killed Shane, and that even if that Shane wasn't killed by him, they're not giving Lydia back. And Shane definitely now being dead thanks to her people, there is no way in crap that Lydia is coming back. And that if they don't leave right now, every single one of them are going to know what thousands of bullets feel against their skin. And Rick means this sincerely and truthfully, because we all know that Rick was a man of his word. Alpha, hearing this, definitely is a little taken aback. Not scared, but taken aback. And she still remains strong as to Lydia returning with her. And that she could care less about Shane, really, because we all know what Alpha was like. And says that they should really consider the deal. And brings out Luke alone, tied up. And because of this, you can't really say no anymore to this. And as much as Rick just wants to kill her right now, because, like I said, Shane just got killed, he knows, just as well as everybody else does, that there's no other choice here. I don't want to kill Luke. Luke hasn't done so much in the long run, not even in the original story, but he still matters as a part of the group. So, Lydia, who wasn't out in the cabin alone because no Henry, is taken out of the cell and ultimately given back to Alpha. And, Alpha smacks her and, that whole deal. Anyways, back in the Kingdom parts, Ezekiel, Jerry, and Carol are all going to do that movie thing that they did in the original story, except it's different here because, for one, Ezekiel's still in his king state because he hasn't lost any of his men or any of his people. And, speaking of which, Shiva is still around, which definitely boosts his morale up to staying king. Morgan is still around, being an extra helper and fighter. And Benjamin is still around. And that's the key thing for Ezekiel too, which got him to really hate Negan near the end of The Walking Dead. Back in Hilltop, Negan talks to Rick about trying to get Lydia back. Because especially after seeing what Alpha did to her, smacking her and everything, she is not in good hands with Alpha, and even Rick has to admit this. And Rick, now finally having a moment to actually grieve for Shane and calm his thoughts, agrees that Negan can go out and try and get Lydia back, because he can't be bothered to do it, because if he did, he'd probably end up killing her in the process because of how out of state he is now, because this is a much nicer Rick finally going into Savage Rick, because he really hasn't lost anyone up to this point. Daryl and Connie go with Negan. Daryl, because he cared about Lydia too, and has gotten into kind of a better relationship with Negan. And as for Connie, she goes because she liked Daryl and for her family. I don't really know the specifics on why she went besides that, but there you go. Now, with so many things changing, no Henry, and Negan going with Daryl and Connie, how would this impact later events of the story? And for the Whisperers? That's where we leave things for the moment. Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be seeing if Negan going in the place of Henry to get Lydia back will serve more good than harm, and with Daryl and Connie helping, or if this is just putting Negan in a bad place. This is part 22 to What If Rick Spared Shane, the awesome remake, my longest series on the channel ever. Speaking of him, Shane is now no longer with us, dying in the last part to the likes of the Whisperers at the cemetery in the place of Jesus, living much longer than any rendition of him that I have ever made possible, unless you want to count What If Shane Killed Rick, in which I made him live to the Whisperer saga. It's just that I wanted him to be better than my original What If Rick Spared Shane, because, you know, that series wasn't the greatest whenever paying attention to detail, as I've mentioned before, hence the remake. But with how I made the story, this felt like a proper place to end Shane's part. But anyways, aside from that, I hope that you guys enjoyed the time when he was around. Now let's resume the story. Now, Negan encounters Beta the same way that he did, or rather, Henry did, whenever he went to go rescue Lydia, because I can't really make Negan meet Beta the same way he did, because, it just doesn't fit for right now. Anyways, whenever Negan is captured by Beta, because Negan does put up a fight, but he's still apprehended by Beta, Lydia sees him and is happy to see him, but she has to put up an act for Alpha, because like with Henry, she can't let him know that she likes him. Except here, with Negan, it's not so much a love quarrel as it is a like quarrel, because, you know, you're not going to get in love with Negan. There was never any kind of romance between the two. It was just Lydia looked up to Negan, for the most part. Anyways, Connie, with her smart thinking, does the things she does in the original, and draws the walkers into the Whisperer camp, allowing both herself and Daryl to not only rescue Negan, but Lydia too, because that's the whole reason that they came here in the first place. Now, once they get to the building that all of them got to in the original, minus Henry, Negan and Daryl both come up with a plan for one of them to get Beta all on his own, and then the other to come out from behind a wall or something and totally take the fight over. Meaning that Negan and Daryl are going to have a fight sequence much better than they did in the original Season 10. Spoiler alert. Whenever the Whisperers are killed that are upstairs along with Beta, Negan takes the opportunity, and Beta isn't the one who does the sneak attack. Negan is. And this starts a fight sequence similar to how we saw Negan fight Beta in the comics. I know I don't pay attention to the comics that much, but I know a bit about them to make important details matter from them. Anyways, Negan and Beta fight like they did in the comics, even going to the point of Negan getting Beta to the ground and slapping him over and over again with his bat. I say slapping, I say smashing with his bat. It sounds more right. And unfortunately, since his bat was still lit on fire and still out in the open for so many years, even though it wasn't buried, it does break here, like it does in the comics. Upsetting Negan, but I feel way less so than his comic counterpart, because Negan's more or less so been redeemed here. Beta is just about to kill Negan, even though he's quite injured and beat from getting smashed down with a bat. But just before he can even think about stabbing Negan, Daryl does exactly what he does in Season 10, slices Beta's chest, and then stabs him straight through both of his eyes with his knives. I said that the fight sequence would be different. I meant that for the most part, but the ending result is the same, except it's a season early. So yeah. Anyways, with Beta stabbed in both of his eyes, obviously, and being sliced and beat down with a bat, Negan and Daryl both take this opportunity to grab him, and the nearest window that they see, they break it and throw Beta straight out into the horde. Meaning, this is the end of Beta. If the fall didn't kill him, the zombies did. So yeah, Beta gets killed a season early. So, I've done that before, but Alpha is still around, and she is not going to be too happy when she sees that Beta's never coming back. I've never had a situation like this, but this is going to stir up trouble here real soon. How so? Well, if you guys don't know, a specific scene's about to turn up. But I'm not going to spoil anything big just yet. Anyways, side note, the kingdom is still around because it never got to the point where it needed true fixing, and honestly, the saviors never came and attacked it. It's a much better place to be. So, that whole winter sequence, spoiler alert, is not going to happen because the kingdom's still in good working condition. Anyways, Alpha still disguises herself and has that talk with Ezekiel, tries to kidnap Lydia, says no, and pretty much all that goes on there goes the same. Except the people who get kidnapped by Alpha are going to be different. The people who got kidnapped and taken to her camp are Rick, Negan, Michonne, Daryl, Lori, and Carol. Except for the fact that Daryl, Carol, and Michonne are there, we have the entrances, or rather added spots, of Rick, Negan, and Lori. And I think you guys are starting to pick up what I'm putting down about a certain scene coming up. Rick is the one who's taken away by Alpha, because I feel that Daryl in this situation, it wouldn't really matter here, because Rick's around. I feel that she would just kidnap him, especially after the threats that he made and the fact that his best friend was offed by their people. It just feels right for Rick to be the one to be taken away. Anyways, whenever Alpha takes him up to the mountain, Rick sees for himself why these people have lived for so long. The ginormous horde of Alpha. And they have a talk similar to how Daryl and Alpha did, except it's different with the likes of Rick. And Alpha announces the border to the north and all of that, and they'll see it on their way to leave. They see Sadiq, who is still around, by the way, and he says himself that he can't even say what he wants to because he's just so upset. And the group has no idea what he's talking about. But soon enough, they got up to where the border is, and a few of their friends' particular heads, who died this time, which is what I was talking about for half the episode, the Pike scene. And the victims, sadly, are Andrea, T-Dog, Tyrese, Spencer, Enid, Benjamin, Adney, Rodney, Sam, and Ken. I might have got one of the two minor people's heads mixed up, either the girl with the glasses or the boy in the black hair. If I did miss that up, Adney and Rodney, I don't know how both their names are said. I know I got one of them right, but yeah. Most of these people on this list have lived far longer than any time that I have made them. Morales and Richard are extra victims. And yeah, like I said, I have made a bunch of these characters live longer than any version of them that I've ever. Now, why are Morales and Richard extra victims on the pike? Well, Beta. Because I feel that with Beta being dead, and Alpha eventually figuring out about it, and everything boiling up to the fact that she can't get Lydia back, it would all make her realize that in order to truly make sure that these people respect her and listen to her, she needs to avenge the death of Beta by taking 12 total victims. And that's what she did. Rick is now more determined than ever to put Alpha and her people down. Not only with the fact that the horde that they have is a great, great threat, but the fact that Shane is dead and just Alpha's gotten away with way too much. Carl is also mad at the fact of not only Shane, but Enid, because remember, Enid was part of the Pike scene. So yeah, Carl isn't exactly going to be the happiest about that. So he's all in for the plan to kill Alpha too. Michonne is also pretty angry and unhappy about this, because she was in love with frickin' Shane for the good foreseeable part of my series, and the fact that Andrea was killed far later than any version of her, which I've mentioned before. Sasha is also very upset because Tyrese has just now died. So yeah, he's lived kind of longer than his previous counterpart from What If Laurie Survived and What If Amy Survived, but you get the point. Rosita's upset because of Spencer, Morgan because of Benjamin, and Jessie actually gets to matter for the first time in the series, showing her determination for wanting to kill Alpha after what she did to Sam, because that was her only family, her only son, her only part of her family, and now he's gone. Now, Carol and Ezekiel are upset about the death of Benjamin, yes, but compared to everyone else's anger, I feel that Carol won't be balls to the walls crazy, and Ezekiel will still be very upset about this, but now his hatred is directed towards Alpha, and the fact that Henry's still around, so that makes up for any loss of control that Carol has, for example. Now, with all of these people angry and wanting to go after Alpha's head, does she and the Whisperers even have a chance, especially since Beta's gone? Or is the Whisperer saga just going to be a complete run-out for the rest of the series? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be seeing how Rick, among many others, will deal with the losses they have experienced from Alpha and the Pike scene, and which specific characters, besides Carol, are going to take the mantle to go and kill Alpha. Because Carol isn't quite the person of vengeance she is in this story, as she was in the original. Anyways, this is part 23 to What If Rick Spared Shane, the remake. Now, the whole Hilltop and Kingdom deal is not going to happen from the people having to go in the Winter Storm to Hilltop, because since the Kingdom is in much better condition, it's not really a problem here. So that whole tidbit is out of the way. Which means that Negan is never going to save Judith out in the cold, which isn't the hugest deal, but it's still something to point out. Negan doesn't really do that and find another way to redeem himself. But he still does talk to Judith from time to time, and, he's still the same Negan at this part of the story. It's just that little part's not available to him for him to redeem himself. Now, the whole thing with Eugene getting the radio at Hilltop and everything, that still goes per normal. And then we get to the entrance of Season 10, or kinda earlier, depending on how the story would function with seasons at this point. It's a whole deal. Just since it's training day and everything, just imagine that it's Season 10 territory. I don't know why I have to explain that, but yeah. Anyways, training day. And there are a lot more people here, and the people that were originally there and now are here in this story have not had most of the changes happen to them, like Aaron, and there's a lot more people. But one specific person during the missile crash is not there. Morgan. Because we all know how Morgan reacted whenever Richard got Benjamin killed in the original story. So Alpha doing it to Benjamin is not gonna truly sit well with Morgan. Now, Carol and Ezekiel, sure, they're upset about the loss of Benjamin, but Henry's still around, and the only reason Carol went after Alpha then is because Henry died. Henry's still around, so I feel that Morgan would be the only one in Carol's place to go find Alpha. And when we get to the scene of Alpha stepping out and looking up, she does not see Carol just staring down at her. She stares at a sight that she did not expect to see. Morgan is straight up on the mountain ledge with a gun in his hand, ready to fire, about to avenge Benjamin. And sure, Alpha expected someone to get revenge, but not such a surprise like this, even to herself. Morgan's just about to shoot the shot right at Alpha's forehead when he is knocked straight to the ground with a back hit. And who is this mysterious assailant that stopped Morgan from killing Alpha? Why, it was none other than Rick Grimes. Because Rick kind of figured, with him knowing how well Morgan was in the kingdom and Benjamin and all that, that Morgan or someone else would try and do this. And sure, Alpha killed Shane and all that and everything else, but I'll get to that more in a minute. Morgan gets up seeing that Rick stopped him from killing Alpha, points his gun directly at Rick. And Rick says that if they're going to kill Alpha, now is not the time. This is basically like Carol, except it's Rick and Morgan and not Daryl and Carol, or, like Carol and Michonne. So it's kind of the same thing, except different characters. But Morgan ain't backing down, and Rick ain't gonna let Morgan kill Alpha like this. So the two get into a fight, which they haven't since season 3. Think of how crazy that is. Now, Alpha, looking at this, doesn't really know what to think, but I think that she would justify this as being right in her cause, to be a part of her Whisperers and the leader, to be apart from this different breed of people who are killing each other, basically, over what to do with her. And while they're not looking, Alpha just walks away. No big deal. And Rick and Morgan are so into what they're doing right now. It kind of sounded wrong, I don't know. But anyways, they're so into the fight that they don't see her walking away. And Morgan is not relenting one little bit and tells Rick to back off. And he should know more than anyone about what it's like to lose someone important to them. After all, he lost Shane and everything else. So he should know more than anyone that Morgan has to do this. Rick says, yes, that might be true, but he still has some form of humanity in him. Because remember, Shane is the only person close to Rick here in this story that has died. Lori's still alive, Carl's still alive, and Judith is still around. So Rick is not backing down and does everything he can to convince Morgan to just stop. And whenever Morgan brings up Shane, sure, Rick is upset at this, but he's still Morgan saved his life. He's not going to kill him or anything like that. He didn't in season 3. He's not going to now. But when he finally convinces Morgan to not kill Alpha, they turn and Alpha's gone. And as much as Morgan wants to go after and just end this, Rick says that there's a time and a place for that. And if they do this now, they're basically just signing themselves up to die. They can't just kill Alpha on their own and expect nothing bad to happen, even if the supposed second-in-command Beta is dead. They can't underestimate the Whisperers, because Alpha was able to behead a lot of their friends without Beta, so just think of what she can do on her own, and with all of her horde and her people. Speaking of Beta, now that Beta is dead as of the last part, Gamma is appointed to the new Beta. And even if she wasn't because of this, which I definitely feel wouldn't be the case, because it just seemed how things would work that Gamma would be the new Beta if Beta did not return, or if he was killed. Yeah, it's a whole thing. But whenever Mary, or Gamma's sister, tries to kill Alpha and then gets killed herself, if Mary wasn't already appointed to Beta then, she definitely would be now. So, yeah. But even though that's the case, Alpha still misses Beta because they were close. I mean, sure, Beta had disagreements about how Alpha works sometimes, but even when he disagreed with her, he still bowed to her, or kneeled to her rather, and still appreciated her because Alpha helped him and everything else. So they basically helped each other in a way. And whenever Alpha has the monument for Lydia, even though she's not dead, she doesn't get caught by anyone because I feel that without Beta, the secret would be kept that Lydia is alive. For now. Now, during the missile crash and everything, or the satellite crash, Ezekiel's cancer is made known to the group like it is before. Small side note, I know from what I was just talking about, but still, worth to point out, any small detail matters in a story, as far as I'm concerned. Alexandria still gets stormed by zombie hordes day after day, and that goes pretty much the same, except they're able to get far more sleep and far more food, because the Saviors didn't do as much to any of the communities as they did in the original story, and there's far more people. Negan and Aaron still go out on the run like they do, except Eric is still alive, and Negan's men didn't kill him. So that does not mean that Aaron likes Negan. It just means that the hatred for him is suppressed a lot. But he still doesn't like him. And even if Aaron were to do something close to killing Negan, Eric would be there and would likely talk him out of it. Likely aiming his gun or just having, a romantic sesh to try, or a romantic pep talk. Let's just leave it at that. I don't want to come off too wrong here. Anyways, Jesus would also likely be with them because Aaron and Jesus kind of had a thing going whenever Eric was dead, but I just feel that he would be around them regardless. Gotta stick him somewhere since he's still around in the story. Now, Beta, the new Beta, Mary, tells the group about Alpha wanting to meet them at the border, and that goes the same, except she would likely declare that she's the new Beta, or something like that, some form of hint that the Whisperers aren't backing down, or something like that. I feel that her announcing this to the group would definitely make them more likely to comply, knowing that the Whisperers are far from giving up. Now, who goes? Rick, Lori, Michonne, Daryl, Negan. All of them are the ones that go to meet Alpha at the border. Now, that means we're not going to get Carol flipping out on Alpha when she brings up Henry, because Henry's alive, as I've mentioned several times. So, that's not going to happen. And another thing, does Morgan go? No, and no. Absolutely not. Why, you may ask? Oh, I'm sure with all of you knowing Morgan and The Walking Dead, you could pick up what I'm putting down. If he were to go, he's, at this point, in the clear mindset. So that means that he's not going to know what he's doing. And if he was brought, he would just go and kill Alpha and get himself killed. He's not in the right state of mind. Rick knows this. Does that mean that Morgan won't follow the same path as Carol and try and kill Alpha another way? Like using Negan or just killing Alpha himself? That will happen. He just won't be here like Carol was. So, with all of this in mind, how will the story play out from here? Do you think that Morgan will go out of his way to disobey Rick and just kill Alpha right at the border? Or do you think that it's going to play out further and Morgan will use someone to kill Alpha or just plan to do it himself in a better way? Hey guys, Nick here. Today, we will be seeing what length Morgan will go to try and kill Alpha, if Rick will be able to stop him like Daryl stopped Carol, or what is going to happen with the Whisperer saga in general. This is part 24 to What If Rick Spared Shane, the remake. Now, let's pick up where we left off with Mary, the new beta, telling Rick and his people that Alpha wants to see them at the border. But the talk there is going to be a lot different for many obvious reasons and some reasons I'm going to get into in a second. Now, who goes to the border to talk to Alpha? Well, I decided that it would be Rick, Lori, Michonne, Daryl, and Negan. Because, for one thing, I've used the leaders of the groups basically throughout the entire series, and I feel that these 5 would be the most likely to go. Now, Carol does not go, because for one thing, Henry is still around, and that means that she's not going to be there and try and shoot Alpha and everything else. And even if she did go, I doubt that it would matter in the long run. And Morgan's not going because of the fight that him and Rick had whenever Morgan tried to kill Alpha himself, much more successfully trying than Carol did, so to speak. And he's in the clear state of mind because of Benjamin, so bringing him along would do more harm than good. Kinda. Anyways, we soon enough get to the point of seeing Alpha and a few of her Whisperers at her side at the border, getting ready to talk everyone's ear off, so to speak. Like Negan. Anyways, whenever she brings up the fact that Rick and his people walked her land, this time it was only under one instance, because in the original, it was during the fire, during the winter storm, and during whenever Michonne and Aaron walked. But this time, the fire and the missile crash was the only instance. So, does Alpha still want to take land? Yeah. Not because of just the one instance, but even though she killed 12 people at the Pike scene instead of the original 10 she'd planned on, the 2 extras were because of Beta's death. She brings this up once again and says that Mary has been now re-announced as the new Beta, but she would have never had to make that change had Beta not been slain by Rick and his people. And she knows an eye for an eye, but there needs to be way more punishment than just the death of 2 people, and she will be taking the same amount of land she did in the original. But before she can properly proclaim this and actually talk everybody's ear off more, Carl, Morgan, Rosita, Sasha, and Jesse, seemingly out of nowhere, show up with guns in their hands and load down tons and tons of bullets straight at Alpha and any Whisperer that's near her. This includes Mary and the few other Whisperers by her side. And this was all thanks to the bravery, anger, and smartness of Morgan wanting to do this himself. And everyone else followed because they all had a bone to pick with Alpha. Speaking of whom, Alpha is on death's door, obviously, and begins to accept her fate because all the Whisperers were like that. Because, they fear nothing, they're free, all that stuff. But just as Alpha's falling to the ground, taking her final breath, her finger hits the trigger of her favorite shotgun. And boom! A shot goes off, and who it shoots, it surprises everybody. Lori is shot straight in the stomach by this, similarly to how she was shot in the comics. So, she gets a comic-like death here. Even though I don't pay attention to the comics too often, I still have... I still know a decent bit of detail when it comes to them. Anyways, Lori collapses to the ground after the shot and takes her final breaths, and sadly, this does kill her. Lori has officially lived longer than any version I have made her survive thus far in all my what-ifs. Rick, and Carl especially, react to this only for a second with utter disbelief, shock, anger, and sadness, before Rick shouts out in a voice that no one in the group has heard him do before. This yell is even stronger coming out of Rick's vocal cords than Shane, because this has hit on a very personal note. For one thing, it's bad enough that Shane died to these people, but to have Lori die in a similar instance when the battle had seemingly been won, now it's all or nothing at this point. And any Whisperer or zombie in the vicinity of the whole area of this borderline is instantly killed. Rick, Carl especially, along with all the other people in the group at this point in time, load down like crazy, not missing a single shot and unloading every bullet that they have at their disposal, because now there's no more playing around. And even if Alpha and the main Whisperers are dead, the threat needs to be dealt with, and it needs to be dealt with now. And after Alpha and all the Whisperers have seemingly been killed, Rick and Carl collapse to the ground in utter anger, disbelief, sadness, shock, any emotion that you can feel right now. Because Lori, it really just affected them on a personal note. As much as you would think that they were affected in the original story, Lori has lived far longer here. And now Rick and Carl are beginning to have the same sides of themselves as they did in the third season, because Rick, Carl, and everybody else really haven't lost many important people to them at this point in the story, except Shane, maybe. Anyways, also Enid, but that's kind of beside the point. Anyways, with that out of the way, the 10th season really does not have much more to offer. But does that mean that the story of What If Rick Spared Shane the remake is over? No. We still got the rest of this part and a part or two left to this tale. Because I kind of underestimated how much more detail there was to add. Thought it would be over either this part or the next, but that's beside the point. Anyways, Dante is still a thing here, and once he figures out that Alpha and the Whisperers are dead, he decides to go with his plan with the whole water thing, poisoning the water and doing his usual antics. But instead of Sadiq finding out, it's Carl with Siddiq, because I feel that with Carl alive, having him find this out with Siddiq, especially after saving him, would definitely be a nice twist. And with the recent loss of Lori, who also participated in the save of Siddiq, Carl definitely wants to make up for saving Siddiq since his mom's dead. He wants to honor her, much more so, and tries to kill Dante. But Dante picks up the nearest weapon, that of which being a knife, and similar to how Michonne did to the governor, stabs Carl straight in the eye. And this is giving him a much different version of getting his eyes removed, basically, than his original counterpart, who got shot in the eye by Ron. This time he gets stabbed in the eye like the governor. The governor didn't even lose his eye in this story. Siddiq, after seeing this, and definitely also wanting to honor Lori, rushes at Dante, a much stronger Siddiq this time, much more willing to fight. And with Carl slowly getting his composure back, albeit still stabbed in the eye, barely able to recover from that just now, both of them together kill Dante. And that's the last loose end of the Whisperer saga. Carl loses his eye officially way past the original's counterpart in terms of losing his eye. So this would be 4 seasons later than his original counterpart when he lost his eye. But anyways, that ties the rest of the Whisperer saga is officially over. And with that said, let's get into the small details left that we have to play with for Season 10, at least for this episode, because I'm not going to cover every single little detail of the rest of Season 10. There will be a little bit next episode, but anyway, Eugene and Stephanie still talk over the radio, and when Virgil makes his appearance, as I've done before, Rick is the one who will go with him to the island and be the one to make sure that he doesn't try anything. But since he just lost Lori after just losing Shane, once Rick starts to feel the slightest notion that Virgil is hiding something or planning on deceiving him or locking him up, because Rick, I feel, would be far more perceptive in this situation than Michonne was, especially after losing Lori and Shane. He would just kill Virgil right on the spot, which means that he would return and be back right whenever Maggie makes her appearance back with the group. I'll touch base more on that in a minute. Now, Ezekiel, Yumiko, and Eugene still go on their way to find Stephanie, or, the fake one, meet up with Princess, and get cornered by the Commonwealth. And that goes as you would expect, because, honestly, with this bunch of characters, there's not too much I could think that would change the story, other than Ezekiel playing more of his king role with Princess, rather than his original outing. He really didn't have too much of his king authority left, because he lost a lot of his people and Shiva. Speaking of whom, since Ezekiel's gone and Shiva's still around, Ezekiel leaves Shiva in the good hands of Jerry, who honors Ezekiel by taking good care of Shiva and making sure that nothing happens to her. And this is Shiva living a lot longer than her original counterpart, too. So, a lot of people are living far longer than I've ever made them in any of my stories. Now, on Rick's way back to the community and everything else, he comes across Maggie and her new friends coming back from their encounter with the Reapers. Rick is very happy to see Maggie again and lets her know about everything that's gone on, especially Negan and his redemption. But will it be easier for Maggie to accept Negan now, with Lori even talking? Or has Lori's death mean that Maggie doesn't really care anymore and will still have the same hatred for Negan? Hey guys, Nick here, and today we will be seeing if Rick meeting Maggie again will change her outlook on Negan, or if she will have the same view of him as her original counterpart. Kind of an obvious answer, but hey, a lot of things in what ifs can be outlandish, so it's not too out of the ordinary for this scenario to happen. Now, this is the finale to What If Rick Spared Shane, the remake. We are finally at that point. Hope you guys have really enjoyed thus far. But anyways, Maggie, seeing Rick again, obviously, makes her really happy that he's still around, and introduces him to the Wardens, her new family that she met with Herschel on their travels with Georgie to their community and all that other stuff. You guys know the whole deal about them if you watch The Walking Dead. Now, Rick is very happy for Maggie, and unfortunately has to break the news of her that they lost a lot of good friends, T-Dog Tyrese, Morales, to Alpha and the Whisperers, and has two very important questions for her. One, where is Herschel, and what has she and everybody else been up to? And number two, since Negan has pretty much redeemed himself, how will Maggie cope with that? Now, like I said, I feel that Maggie would still have the same outlook on Negan, even though Lori had that good talk with her, but it's sort of like a mixed bag. I'd say she's around the same, mindset around Negan. And then Maggie tells Rick about the Reapers and that they attacked their home, killed a lot of good people, and that she can't find Herschel, but the Wardens help her to go and find him, and the Reapers in the woods. I feel that scene would go pretty much the same, except I'm going to leave it to Rick and Maggie instead of Daryl accompanying and Carol and such. So it's going to be Rick and Maggie and the other Wardens who take out the Reapers in the woods. But it pretty much goes the same. Not too much really to discuss outside of that. Now, as I said in the last episode, I'm going to cover the rest of Season 10 here and the entirety of Season 11, which I did not mention before. I didn't think I could. But anyways, Aaron and Eric are the ones that encounter Maze and play the whole Russian roulette, see who kills himself thing, because Gabriel's dead, so Eric's the next best thing. Now, Maze, I feel, would be spared, but as for his brother, I don't see much hope for him. Sort of like Tomas and Andrew, Maze's brother was just one of those characters that you just really can't do anything with. So, he's a lost cause. Anyways, since the communities are in great shape because of the Savior's undermining threat, that means the subway tunnel scene is not going to happen, because the communities are thriving, they have plenty of food, and there's just really no need to go there. So, the Reapers, because they still know of Maggie and the Warden's existence, because they had a fight with them and everything. It was personal. So, the Reapers are going to track Maggie and the Wardens down, except it's going to be under different circumstances than just sneak attacking them out of the subway tunnel. So, I'll touch more on that in just a sec here, but real quick, Princess, Ezekiel, Yumiko, and Eugene, the whole Commonwealth thing goes as you would expect, because as I discussed before, there's just really not that much to go off of for these characters that would change the story, at least in that part. And hasn't been many instances in this whole story that I could just say echoes the same as before. But anyways, as for the Reapers, they know that Maggie and the Wardens are still out there, but they don't know where they are. But because of the Reapers that died in the woods, they were able to pinpoint the location in which that happened and where Maggie and the Wardens went from there. So So Pope, along with Leah, discuss a plan to lure them out of hiding, to make sure that this war is won and kill anyone else who sides with them. So they prepare the Hawacha, or if that's how you pronounce it, the explosive cannon thing that they had in the middle of season 11, to begin their plan. And what is that plan? Well, simple. They would use the Hawacha to aim it at one of the communities, the closest being, as to where Maggie and the Wardens were, Alexandria. So, whenever they blow up one of the houses and take someone hostage, no one's going to pay attention to who gets taken because they're too worried about what just happened with the explosion and everything else. And if the interrogation goes wrong, it will still lure them out of hiding to come after them. And if it goes right, they can just attack the community head on. So their plan begins. One of the buildings at Alexandria is blown up with the explosive device, and Deanna, who is still alive, is taken hostage amidst the chaos. And she is taken to the Reaper's home base, Meridian, where she is given the same dosage of treatment as Daryl was whenever he was captured, and this is the first time that we see the Reaper base head on. Well, it would be kind of around the same time as the original story, except that I feel it would be a little bit sooner, and it's a different person getting interrogated. Now, as I said, Deanna gets interrogated the same way Daryl did, except with Deanna's change in character and being alive for this long, you would think that she would still give away the location without a choice in the matter. But I'm going to throw Deanna a bone here and give her a savage side of herself that none of us would have expected to see, especially from Deanna. And she's not budging an inch no matter what happens to her. And unfortunately, this is something that the Reapers didn't expect, especially from the stranger Deanna. And like with Frost, she dies, unfortunately. Now, this is Deanna living 6 seasons past her original counterpart, 5, sorta. I've had her live to season 11 before with Pamela, but that's either because of me not paying attention to the, details in the story, or just how the story was. But this just felt like a good place to put her death. Rick and the others, after finding out about this, because Deanna isn't there, and it's no coincidence that the Reapers were behind this, is more determined than ever to stop them. And the Reapers left tracks on purpose for this part of their plan. So Rick sided with Michonne, Daryl because, obviously, Carol, who's coming along, who I don't think was there whenever the original Reapers attacked, so that's a bit of a change. Of course, Maggie and the Wardens would go because they have personal beef with the Reapers. Carl, of course, is gonna go. Morgan, obviously, looking good as ever with his spear axe thing that he had in Fear the Walking Dead, just because. Jesus and Negan. So we have our whole group ready to fight the Reapers. And Pope is kind of ecstatic that this plan worked. The explosion, taking Deanna, leaving tracks on purpose, and they fell for it. And now is as good a time as any. And the Reapers make their presence known in a dark part of the street. It would be around, I'm going to say it's nighttime, the same setting that it was for the original Reapers, just for consistency's sake and just to make it feel like the originals to a degree. Now, here's something that I feel is worth mentioning. Because of Lydia never meeting Henry and never getting into a relationship with him, she gets into a relationship with Elijah a bit sooner into season 11. I'm not going to say a lot sooner. Well, it'd be around 20 episodes, but but yeah. So Lydia does get a relationship here. Like I said, I'm not throwing her to the side. And the better thing is that since she's never had a relationship, it's easier for her to get in touch with Elijah. So that's happy. Now, Cole dies in the place of the first person that died to the Reapers in the original, and Duncan dies in the place of Cole's original death. Little side switches, but honestly, since the subway tunnel scene didn't happen, that was honestly the best way to go about it without killing off a major character for one of the deaths, because I didn't really know what to do there besides that. But they were minor characters anyway. Now we get to who kills who. Michael Turner still gets killed by the likes of Maggie and Negan, except for the fact that Alden is dead along with all the saviors, so he isn't there with Maggie and Negan. So, little difference there, but Alden did play a decent role, so kind of a big a deal, but not too much. Now, Nicole's, however you pronounce that, is taken out by the likes of Carol instead of Gabriel because he's dead. Now, here's something interesting. Daryl against Leah. Now, like I've said in many of my other stories, Daryl has not met Leah here until now. Because Rick never blew up the bridge, he never got taken away, so he never had to go looking for him, and he never met Leah. So this would be a first-time thing. And Dog has been with Leah all this time. He never went to go meet Daryl because Daryl was never out in the woods. So, yeah. I feel that with this particular story and remaking a certain series, that I need to touch base on elements like this more often than I did in my original. That's the whole point of the remake. I don't know why I'm mentioning that in the finale, but hey, whatever. Now, Dog. Does he attack Daryl, since Leah would most certainly, without knowing Daryl, send him off to attack him? Well, no. No, he does not. Now, why is that? Well, if you guys remember the flashback of Daryl meeting Leah for the first time, whenever Dog was just a little puppy, he never attacked Daryl when he met him. Never. Not once. So for him to attack here, even without knowing Daryl, it really wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't work. So, whenever Leah tries to get Dog to attack, he doesn't. Instead, I think the Dog would either sit still or run towards Daryl, favoring Daryl almost more than Leah. Because this Leah would be far more evil here without knowing Daryl, being around him and such. Now, Daryl, having this experience ahead of him, smirks at Leah, saying, "Is that your only plan, to send the Dog after me to do your dirty work? Not even he can do it." And yeah, Daryl, having enough playing games, gets out his spiky brass-knuckled chain thing. I don't know the specific name of what he called that weapon. I've looked it for the name, but I just couldn't really find out. So I just call it the spiky brass-knuckled chain weapon thing. Anyway, he swings it at Leah, but misses, and Leah goes to try and attack, because if Dog's not going to do the work, she's going to have to. And she tries to attack right after she dodges, but with Daryl's free hand, he grabs one of his knives and just sticks it straight into Leah's head, killing her instantly. So, this is Leah getting her death about 13 episodes early? Not really mattering in the effects of this story, but yeah, Leah is now officially dead here, and Dog joins Daryl for the first time. So, that'd be nice. Bossy, the one who got killed in the fire, thanks to Pope, dies against the likes of Carl. Now, Paul Wells, he gets taken out by the likes of Michonne, because I feel that that'd be the right choice in character for who kills who. Marcus gets taken out by the likes of Morgan. And Morgan, like I said, with Benjamin's death, is a completely different person now. Two of the other Reapers get taken out by the likes of Elijah and Lydia. And this would be a lot different with Lydia around because and both of them are together because they got together way earlier. Fisher gets taken out by the likes of Maggie and Negan, with Carol not too far behind and assisting if the need were required. Now, Daryl and Austin, I feel, would have the same fight as before, except, I don't even think there would be anything to really change this part in the story, because it's just a simple fight. There's not really any rhyme or reason to it. Anyways, Jensen, the one who we really didn't see any of, who got attacked by Gabriel, gets taken out by the likes of Jesus, making his way to try and run for anybody else and help anybody else, or take out any Reapers in the surrounding area. But as he's making his way to a separate part in the location that he's at, he gets a stern, firm slap straight across his face. And this was coming from Carver. And this is definitely sparking up a great fight that I'm sure many of us would have liked to see, and that I've seen comments of in YouTube videos. Not mine, but others. Jesus versus Carver. Because both of them had extreme fighting abilities. Jesus, we never really saw much of. Carver, we saw way more than needed of his potential. And as the fight begins, this is an epic fight, as I'm sure many of you would expect, because there's not too much to say outside of these are two very good fighters in the Walking Dead universe. But Carver still holds the edge. Jesus puts up a very, very good fight, so don't get me wrong. He doesn't get completely annihilated like Maggie, Negan, and Elijah, but he does, unfortunately, still lose the edge in getting the win over Carver. Carver is beat up and bruised after this, way more so than whenever he fought Maggie, Negan, and Elijah, but he still proves to be victorious overall, despite being beat and bruised. Now, just before he can finish Elijah not Elijah, but Jesus, with whatever strength that he has left, Elijah now, sorry about that, comes in, avenges his sister, and throws his scythe-looking weapon straight at Carver's head, like he did before Negan threw the sand in his eyes, and succeeds in killing Carver, saving Jesus' life. Sort of like Shane did, so it's kind of like what if Amy survived, with everyone saving Amy and stuff like that. It's kind of like that. Now, the last three Reapers get taken out by Rick in a frenzy, because Rick especially has a lot of weight on his shoulders that he needs to take off. With Shane, Lori, all the people at the Pike scene, all these other people getting taken down, it's just, this is Rick finally showing a serious demeanor for the first time in the series. Now, Pope is the only one left, and Rick has to encounter him all alone, which is going to be a lot more undermining than you might think, which I've discussed before, in another story of which at the moment I can't remember. Now, Pope tries to appeal in some kind of humanity, so to speak, in Rick, saying that all of this is God's plan, and that God has a plan specifically for Rick, and it's with him and his people. But Rick was never one to believe in any of that nonsense, especially after all of what's just happened. And hearing that these people killed Maggie's friends and family, Rick just ends Pope right on the spot with a single python shot straight to Pope's temple, ending the Reaper saga in, honestly, kind of like an undermining way, so to speak. Besides that Jesus versus Carver fight, which I'm sure a lot of you would enjoy. Now, here's something we really need to talk about. The Commonwealth arriving in Alexandria. Because honestly, I was at a loss here. Because there's a lot to imply here. Besides extra characters being around, and the fact that Rick is around, I feel that Lance and his deception and everything would be caught on way earlier, meaning that Rick almost himself would take out Lance. So, honestly, I see the Commonwealth not even mattering in this story. As for Pamela, hearing that Deanna has recently passed, that might sway her to not doing something to get herself arrested, but that honestly depends on what would happen at this point, because it's honestly kind of a standstill once we hit the Commonwealth for this particular story. As for Rosita, I'm sure that she would likely survive with so many other characters still alive, even though characters like Gabriel are dead and such, but I feel that she would survive nonetheless. Now, as for the communities, they are all still in great condition. Now, the junkyard and the sanctuary are obviously taken out of the equation, but as for Hilltop, Alexandria, and Oceanside, they're all still very good. Hilltop's honestly not gotten anything remotely dangerous to having affected it. As for the kingdom, I feel that the pipes under the kingdom and everything would start to falter a little, but it wouldn't be that much of a problem with so many more people alive. Now, as for Maggie and Negan, I still feel that their spinoff would happen, even though we don't know the logistics of what fully happens in the spinoff just yet, but I feel that it would happen nonetheless. But with Rick, Carl, and so many other characters around and alive, I feel that spinoffs around them would happen, but it just wouldn't be focused around finding Rick because he's around. It would be focused on more maybe some characters' backstories, stuff like that. But honestly, that's it. That's honestly the rest of the story, folks. And think about it. All of this could have happened had Rick spared Shane instead of killing him. And that, my friends, is where we end the remake to What If Rick Spared Shane. I truly hope that you guys enjoyed this. Now, besides this, I will be making a What If Negan Killed Maggie remake, and that is going to be a full story, spoiler alert, and it's actually going to be just as long, if not longer, than this story. Just think about that for a second. I have done a lot of work with that story, and honestly, besides that, there's not too much else in terms of remakes for me to do. So after that, there will be back to normal stories. But I hope you guys really enjoyed this remake. Leave your thoughts in the comments, and I'll see you guys next time.